Good morning, Vietnam. So to answer your question there, Marshall, Howard's kind of got it. You can Wikipedia or Investopedia the Gantt box to get a little bit more detail. But roughly, as we were talking about yesterday, the human psychology of threes, right? So it roughly divides into thirds. So you have 20, but you could roll that up to 30. You have 70. You have half. And what's the other one? Well, I could look at it right now, actually. But basically, the idea is that humans fall back to, if you're looking at something visually, you're going to fall back to these numbers. So the Gantt box can be used to predict forward motion if you know where it's going to stop, or it's more commonly used for retraction. So when something retracts, goes down from a known point, it will go down 70, half, 30, 20, like percent basically, right? And so you can use the visual of a Gantt box. Now, the Gantt box also goes and has divisions by time. I don't use those generally. I rarely know how to do, forget what it's called, cyclic investing strategy or something. I don't really know the term, but essentially, you'll see that there's actually a lot of things here where it measures time waves, and it measures patterns over periods of time. And I think that's more indicative of Forex or things that are relatively flat. Or commodities, actually. Commodities would be a good example of something that's very secular, especially when you're measuring over the course of a year. Give me 1 second here. I thought I charged my headset, but it did not charge. Great. Now I gotta have a cable stuck to my head. But anyways, let's. The market's gonna open in 30 seconds, so let's get flipped over here. All right. Just taking a look at the stuff here. But yeah, the Gantt box is essentially using, it's 25, 40, half, 60, and 75. But you can roughly make that 10%, 30, 40, 50, 60, 80, and then there's 90 in here if you subdivide. But those are the main kind of points that we psychologically go to. Okay, so we opened with a 3% drop. That's fine. It's the first seconds. What do we got? 1 million volume. An okay volume. Good. Good. GME starting with a huge green. Well, I guess it's not that huge, but relatively big. Dow started low, NASDAQ started low. So they're all starting kind of down. Okay. So let's see how we hold up. Good recovery. Don't think this recovery is going to hold, though. We're going to probably dip early, judging by the overall market negativity. But that's expected. We kind of were all good yesterday, so we should have a little bit of a lower day, just to start at least, because we did so well yesterday. Okay. Good. It's all good. That's the thing about the stock market. The second you look away, it takes off, right? Which is why, even though a lot of the days are going to be boring here, because the stock market's not a casino, it doesn't play out every day. We still are going to have to sit through it because you never know what's going to happen. Let's see here. Just taking a look at some stuff on a second screen. Excuse me. So it's doing exactly what I thought it would. All right. Nothing important. Okay. Yeah, welcome, Belt. Okay, good. All right, so yeah, we started off. Oh, let's get to the. Oh, we are on the 1 minute. Good. Usually it's blue, I thought. What are we doing for volume? Volume's slowing down considerably. These are all 6s and 10, 6, 18, 8. Yeah, garbage. Oh, hopefully it picks up. Oh, I forgot to take my stomach medication. That explains why. Feeling a little nauseated. All right, I'm just going to take 3 seconds here. Yeah, I definitely agree. If you get sub 10, bail. But this is early, so if we were going to go sub 10, we would have gapped, I think, in the morning. There would have been a stronger indication of unhappiness. With most stocks, like 2.5% is a lot. For us, we can go up 30% and we can go down 30%. So a lot for us is like 12, 13, somewhere in there. So a 2% is nothing. Nothing to be really concerned about. So, but yes, you're quite right. Just on technicals alone, so it won't be the percentage that drives us down. It'll be the technical. There's no support, and that's what's going to pooch us. Yeah, and you're quite right. And we're back. Okay. Oh, brr. Even though it's 15 degrees outside, for some reason my house is super friggin' cold. Let's see here. Dun. Just reading the news to see if there's anything while we're waiting for this. Because we had Godzilla last weekend, right? So I'm kind of curious if there's any. Oh, ow, ow! The power bar just fell off my desk, and the very short USB-C cable was attached to it. Oh, there goes my neck. Just pulled me in the headset. Yeah. Oh, nothing. So, of course, when people write financial news, they just speculate. Like this deadline just said, oh, the market went up because the monster box office, brought it up. And it's like, I'm sure it helped. But I mean, you could just be like, oh, the economy's good. Americans are spending money. The pandemic is ending. And there was a good movie. So you basically just summarized like the most generic thing in the world. Things good. Stock market went up. Monster made money. Done. Like, it's just stupid. But yeah, why AMC stock surge today? Motley Fool. Worst of them. Yeah, so it doesn't look like we're making any major news. Excuse me, but I do like the fact we did get the analysis upgrade that happened the other day. That's good. Forbes was talking about how movie theaters are going broke, and China's AMC and Russian majors are starting to get hit. But I think movie theaters are not screwed. They just have to reinvent themselves, because movie theaters themselves are making insane amounts of money. There's nothing to them. They're just a room with a screen, right? Your costs of operating are almost minimal. The biggest problem is your footprint. Movie theaters are big footprint. They can't be crammed in like a McDonald's can, right? So your property taxes and your physical space is which is an upfront cost and then a long-term cost, respectively, or vice versa, I guess backwards. But as you saw with that conference call, that was quite good. They renegotiated their terms of how they display movies. Now, I'm not a veteran on knowing how the movie industry or movie screening industry works. Distribution, I guess. Yeah, that would be the distribution part of movies. But to my knowledge, basically, the movie theater rents the theater film, or previously it was film. Now it could be, I guess, digital, whatever. But you'd basically buy or rent the movie you wanted to show. Then you'd pay up front for it, and then you'd try to make your money back during the rental period. And then the movie theater would decide who and what gets to show it, and you would bid and fight over the movie because you wanted your theaters to show this rare film that everyone wanted to see because it would generate you money, and the other theaters can't have it because exclusivity and whatever, because you paid for it. But then they could view it later, and then you have this collection of stuff, and then you sell it to Netflix and you sell it to whoever, and then they show your movie 5 years from now, or channels that do a lot of reruns at Christmas time or whatever, right? And that's how you had those movie TV things to fill time. Anyways, so there's that spectrum, but I think it's changing now. Instead of movie theaters fighting for the film, It's either you give it to us or we don't show it. So now, okay, well, fine, we don't have your blockbuster, but you're not going to make any money off of it. And then to counter that, they're like, well, we'll just release it to our streaming platform. And then the counter to that is your streaming platform requires home cinema, which isn't as good as ours. And people are going to want to watch it here, and you're not going to provide it. So maybe you'll just lose market share. And as long as you get one business, which I guess Universal signed on to back you, then you become a Universal, the theater company, or the production company. You become their outlet, and then you get all the top films as soon as possible. And then that other Warner Brothers, or Warner Brothers is also a friend of AMC. But let's say somebody that doesn't like them. MG Mottringeimer? I can't remember the name of them, but let's say them, the Lion people, they don't like you, and you don't like them, so then they get isolated and they have to rely on other theater companies to release their stuff, but they may not have the coverage and they don't get the market value. So I don't think theaters, to make a long story short, I don't think theaters are going to bomb into the ground. They're just basically going to renegotiate that. Instead of fighting over films and fighting over who gets the stuff released and when, it's going to be fairer or simpler, or they'll pay to use it. So there'll be a flat fee, 30% of revenues, and you can have the film as long as you want, right? Because they don't want to drive that industry into the ground, and they realize they can make more money in theaters than they can streaming, because streaming, they don't own the streaming service, so they're probably losing like 30%. Again, it's like using Steam to distribute your game. It's like, well, you could distribute it on your own thing and get 100% of the profits, but then you also get like 10% of the buyers. Or Steam takes 30% of your money, but you also get, 10 times the amount of people. So you gotta pay for that control, right? And I think that's where the theaters are going to come in. They're like, well, you could, but as long as theaters maintain their market hold, then I think they're okay. But it's not impossible to kill a theater. I think they could kill the theater industry. It is doable. And you'd basically force theaters back to small-time theaters. You'd blow out demand, make home theaters more accessible, easier to do, smaller speakers, bigger TVs that are cheaper, blah, 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 blah. You can definitely hurt them, but, there's always going to be a demand for private screenings with the best equipment possible in a rental scenario. And so unless something changes, theaters will be here. They've already lasted 100 years. They're going to be here for at least a few more. But anyways, so that is something to keep in mind, and an interesting conversation in itself. Yeah. Oh, and I should add to that filmmakers, a lot of them hate home distribution. They hated VCRs. They hated streaming platforms because they built it for the large screen, right? And then when it gets presented in a format that they didn't like, then they get all pissy because they're artists. All right. Plus, they're doing it with a vision, and their vision gets ruined by poor audio or poor reproduction. Yeah. Just like there was purists for, holy fuck, it went down 81%. Oh, I was like, wait a second. Holy shit. So, which one of you bought EENF? Holy shit. Wow, something must have fucking went wrong. Wow. That is why OTC is high risk. Holy Fuck. I'd buy in now. Oh, damn. Too bad I can't. Whoa. I was like, wait, this number's not right. But yeah, anyway, so that's a word of warning, right? When things are going up too fast, too quick, too furious, you have to pay the price, right? And the price was paid. So they basically went back to the 17th of last month. Fuck me. Sideways. Yeah. Wow. That is that is a number. Imagine you short sold that. Fuck. 80%. Crazy. That is crazy. Auto. So we're just going through the motions right now. So this is a little bit more negative than I would like, but it's not too bad. We're not making new lows-ish. So we're kind of here. We could use let's say a Gantt box here, since we were talking about it. So let's say there. So we want to get it around the 75. We don't want to float against the bottom here. Or maybe we could just do that. Let's see if that's accurate. Let's say that. Let's put this at the 50% mark. And then this is kind of the 7.5, and we should see it follow these lines-ish. But yeah, see, you can see kind of here, I kind of just dragged it arbitrarily, but you can see the reversal times, right? It comes down, then it reverses in this time pattern, reverses in this time pattern, it ends in this time pattern, it reverses in this time pattern. So it's using the thirds, if you will, going along the x-axis as well. And fucking weirdly, it happens, right? Sometimes that it just fucking ridiculous. Now the cool thing about this too is that if you find a pattern early like this, then we can expect a reversal coming up, right, at 9:51. So if you catch it early, the chart does have, extra room to expand. And so I use this a lot when I'm in analyzing. When it crashes, like when we go and look back like 3 months and we look at this guy here, you could use a big guy because we know the top and we know the bottom. So you use a big guy to see where we are, right? Then you can see here where it's leveling out at the 75. You can see if I set this up properly, there. So we go down, we go flat, we change, we go flat, we change, we change. Now this one could be further subdivided. But yeah, just like this could be further subdivided. We crashed, recovered, then went down. But anyways, when you find it works, then you can basically expand it and use it. So in this case, I know there's major support lines here, but it's also obvious from the peaks and the valleys. So you don't really need to use this after the fact. It could be useful to you, but after the fact, it doesn't really matter. But if you use it during the fact, like this, or in the near time, so if you say, okay, here's the top, and here's the bottom, and then we drag it out so that it looks like it's proper. So we go here, we crash, here's a period, here's a change in period. Well, actually, let's drag it here. So then we should expect a sudden change 10:30 today, 10:30 tomorrow. So we should continue then upwards to 10:30 or flat till 10:30 tomorrow. Sorry. If we're following these lines. Now, I'm not really good at this whole the X axis. I just use the Y axis. So in that case, you can kind of see here, there's the 6.18 line. There's the 5, which we don't touch yet. And then we're going to have some problems at the 382, which is also this and this, but that's also obvious because of the valleys and the peaks. And then once we get over the 0.25, there's the chop up here. But we know our line of scrimmage where we don't want to be is here. So, but you can just do that by drawing a straight line and then dividing it into thirds and the half. That works too. But this is just a nice way to visualize it. And when you're getting in the dirty, like 1 minutes, it's nice to have it in the background because then it also reminds you as time goes by that, hey, something's coming up or you're entering a new territorial line. So it's kind of useful in that manner. Whatever works, for you, go with it. Personally, I just do this all in my head without even thinking. Like as soon as I see a start and a finish, I'm already dividing the halfways right here. There's a third here and a third here, which lines up with this guy. So we know that this is going to be something because it's basically a third of this. So I can just basically quickly divide that up. Yeah. I do that every time I see any type of retraction. And then the fact that we made a new bottom shifts this down to here basically. And then there you go. It gives you your ballpark support and resistances. Yeah, Liz is the thing. Yeah. Side effect of this hormonal condition is that I get brain fog and I have trouble withdrawing from long-term memory. So remembering words that I don't use frequently, or drawing anything from deep past. So then that's why I keep pausing all the time. Because I can't do it. Yeah, using the words. Why use many word when small word do trick? Yep. Oh, so EENF made it to Wall Street Bets. Nice. I just got told about it by a friend about a month ago. But unfortunately, I can't buy OTC. It won't let me. Oh, man. If it goes under a penny, yeah. I should get my interactive broker account set up because then I could buy the EENF. I mean, at an 80% retraction, I don't fucking care if it goes down anymore. I could just set it and forget it, right? Put in 20 grand and look at it in a year from now, come back with 40 something. Like, oh man, so good. High risk, high reward. Oh, I can see why. For reasons I just mentioned, right? Volume is decent. Like, it's a discount. Yeah, I'm gonna set up my interactive brokers account. Why I wait for this to, yeah, get this set up. Okay, so for individuals, and I'm going to open an account. Oh. An advisor who is exempt for regulation as long as you have 15 or fewer clients. Hmm. Hmm. Neato burrito. Okay, individual account. Mm-hmm. All right, let's open an individual account. Open account. Start an application. SNDL, let's take a look. Why this is SNDL. Oh man, if I could hit the keys right. Whoa, look at the volume. I mean, I guess because it's $1, but oh, that's a credible volume. It's not that it's been taken over by robots. It's no volume. Nobody gives a shit. So the share price is not even moving. Because robots would do this, indeed make it flat, but you need the volume. Yeah, it's just gone sleepy time. The volume's great right now, though. 31 million out of 200 million. So it's about 15% of its volume already. But see, it comes in bursts. 117,000 and then 2,000. So you got like a factor of, well, let's say 50 times factor here. Yeah. And then this, like, look at the volume. Like, nobody gives a shit. But yeah, that would be what robots is if the volume was up. It would look identical to that. You are correct. Like this, if this was also not low volume. But robots don't normally turn on, turn off. They usually go on, finish what they're doing, and then F off. Usually, that's how they work. Now the question is ours still waiting to do work at 14? I hope it has not. Boo. This thing is recovering. Close this position. I'll get back in. Okay. This one is taking off as well, which is probably good news for us. Well, I don't know about going down. We did just have a spike in nasty volume here, but it was countered. So, eh. I need 3 numbers. Okay. Good. Okay, Canada, create account. Okay, let's check on this email. Yeah. Yeah, it's not, stock trading is about saving money. And so you're not going to win them all, but as long as you don't lose them all, then you're doing okay. You'll learn, you'll get better. But the first and primary objective is not to lose all your money. So any win is better than a loss. So, yay. Mm-hmm. Mm. Yeah, we're going sideways. So as soon as you go sideways, you can pretty much build yourself a pennant shape. So let's say these two are combined. So we're going to start from here, and then we're going to use the tops. So this is the only top that reaches, then the bottom, and this one will come out as a wedge. So yeah. So I think we decided yesterday that we were basically in a giant pennant shape. I think we found that out. So if I take this and I do a rough, oh yeah, there it is. And see, there's the breakout, right? Yeah, which now we're coming down from the breakout. So this would put us back on the trend line. So actually, I'll leave that up as well. But no, I think we're actually due for a breakout based on that. So if that's the trend line, right, which we're kind of following, we're now above the trend line and we're about to hit the top part of this. Yeah, I think we're going to go for a breakout. So as soon as we get up to 1039, we might go for a run. Let's put a buy limit then, right here. Okay. Wow. Wait for the lawsuit. Hey, some people do that. It's true. Uh, when was I born? Uh, uh, uh. Mm. Man, they got a lot more questions now. Okay, now I gotta find my social assistance number. Insurance number, sorry, not assistance. So your sources of income here can be allowance, disability. So allowance is like your wife or husband gives you money. Inheritance, interest, dividend, market trading profits, pension or government retirement benefits, property, or income from employment. So my sources of income right now are soon to be disability, but it's more insurance, which I guess is disability. Normally my income is from employment, and almost all my income right now is from market trading profits. But if you check off that you have no job and all your money comes from market trading, then Interactive Brokers is going to have to ding you for higher taxes, right? That's why they're asking, at least in Canadian regulation, that's why you have to tell them where you get your money from. Because if your main source of income ever turns out to be market trading, then you go from 15% to your tax rate. So if you make under 26,000 Canadian a year, you would get charged 15%. If you make over that, then you get charged 32, 38. I think the maximum is 38% when you're making $1 million in profit. At that point, it hurts, but who the fuck cares, right? So. Yeah. Yeah. I like easy set and forget. Easy money is good. I highly recommend stocks that you just kind of throw money at and never look at it again, because every stock is going to get its time in the sun. And so if you just spread your money everywhere, eventually they'll spike up 80% eventually, and then you just sell. So, and then you'll have a few that go under, but if you invested in every single company in the stock market, I would say, let's say roughly 70% of them all exceed expectations. So you lose 30% of your money on the companies that eventually die, but you make 70%, and those can go up 100, 200%, right? So there is value in that. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And that's why people do penny stocks. I'd say most penny stocks end up going under or doing nothing. But if you buy it at a penny and it goes up to 2 cents, you've doubled your money. So yeah. Yeah, I had a friend a long time ago. I can't remember his name, but all he did is penny stocks. And I had a girlfriend that all she did is gold. She completely trades gold. And I have a financial advisor that does my family, and she does nothing but oil. So she trades on everything relating to oil. And it's like, specializing's not bad. There's tons of money to be made on the stock market. I just happen to get into AMC because it's a very good value play. It's taken its dear sweet time, but we can trade other stocks while we wait. If I didn't get burned by that $14 robot. France and your damn yields, American yields. We'd be making a lot more money right now. I just remembered I need to do something. Oh, I got to get my social insurance number. Got to go find that. 300K? Holy crap. How much money do you have, Belts? You were struggling to have, 25K. I don't know if it's a down day yet. We're heading towards a breakout. If we can get there. Pessimism. It's what destroys the market. Well, destroys anybody that's betting upwards. Where is my social insurance number? Or better yet, there's my wallet. Wireless headsets. So good. Okay. Huzzah. It's not in here? I guess it's a good idea in case I lose my wallet, right? So then where would I have put it? Alright, I'm going to be a few more seconds away from the computer because I have to go looking. I think I hit it here. Aha. Nope, but I did find mountains of cash. That's good. There's about $70 here. Just laying around in a drawer. Man, when you have so much money, you don't know what to do with it. Oh, those would be the days if I ever get there. Looking for a green binder. I was at Winners, a little story way I am digging through my stuff. I was at Winners, which is for people that don't have it, which is a discount liquidation kind of place, but it usually has nicer stuff. And I found, there it is. I found a wallet kind of deal. It's huge, like it's 8 inches tall by 4 inches wide, and essentially it's just nothing but card holders inside it, like credit card sized card holders. Oh, ouch, that hurt. Ow. And I'm like, this is weird, but neat. You can store all your cards. But then I realized there's like 100 little squares in here. It's like, who the hell has 100 cards? Like, what do you use them for? But I use them now for business cards and like insurance cards and loyalty cards and my own ones that I've built for projects I do. But anyways, it's been useful over the years, but to think that people in, like, say, the States or I don't know what countries loyalty cards are popular, you'd walk around with this wallet and be like, oh, here's my points card. Like, you'd keep this giant thing in your purse, I guess is what it was supposed to be for. So, anyways, it's been useful, and it obviously serves a purpose, but it's just insane. Who has that much stuff? Ouch. All right, let's take a look here. I haven't lost all my viewers. That's good. So we're still trending sideways. So I figure if it's going to get over here, it'll break up. And if it goes, I will. Okay, I'll buy here. I'm going to have to quickly mute and go use the washroom. The coffee's kicked in. And you guys do not want to be on the line for that one. You know, there's screaming, there's yelling, there's exclamations to a God that I don't believe in. You know, just, sweet Jesus. So yeah, and we'll be back and we will continue. So this is probably going to break out or break down before I come back. But we'll see. All right, I'm back. I may have opened the seventh circle of hell back there. So if demons start coming out, sorry, my bad. Nucor. Yeah, Nucor. Nucor is a fuel company. I think we talked about it already, right? What does Nucor do? Non-energy minerals. Steel. They're right, steel. Yeah, let's take a look at that. 1 month. I'd say it's a little risky. It's riding high, right? So it did gap up, so there's a good chance of retraction. You're seeing a lot of negativity. Earnings are coming up as well. I'd probably not touch it. The risk of it going down to 66 or so is probably pretty high. And then when it hits earnings, you know, who knows? Yeah, I'd probably sit that one out. I do like the long-term play of U.S. fighting China, especially if Biden gets, you know, really at it, or the people that, you know, give him ideas get really at it, because then all of a sudden U.S. stocks are going to become very valuable, and building safety is going to go through the roof. No more Chinese steel. Let's see here. I gotta find where I work. Huh. We're a security service. I did not know that. I guess that's true. I like when people give reviews for like a private business. This place is great. For who? No one visits. It's not open to the public. Like, uh, security. Military, law enforcement, government, and yeah, we're government. We're not kind of that kind of government, but I'm a correctional officer. These are all your roles you can have. Accountant, CEO, information clerk, other, owner, office manager, public safety telecommunicator, private detective, security guard. What roles? I'm a software developer. I guess that doesn't work here. Okay, let's pick a different one. Consulting? Nope. Software? No. Computer? Computer and information technology? Let's do that. And my occupation is software developer. There we go. And that's just so they can do a background check on your capability to make money, what schooling you would possibly have, if you're super retarded or about to blow all your money on the stonks. So one nice thing about having this job that people realize that you're trustworthy. Whereas if you just have to prove yourself, people are like, oh, we don't know who you are. Yes. Annual income. Yep. My net worth. My net worth is the same as my annual income. Yeah. My net worth is my annual income. Jesus. My liquid net worth? Like nothing? No, I got about 30. Oh wait, my net worth, I got 30,000. So, yeah, yeah. I got 30,000 saved up. I could liquefy some TV. Yeah, I got assets. Not good ones. Additional products. I don't want any of these. Stocks, years of experience. I got well over 5 years of experience. 2014. Select trades per year. Well over 100 trades a year. No, that's not true. Let's say just under 100 trades a year. About 2 a day, 365 days a year. But then there's long periods. Let's say 100. I have damn good knowledge about stocks. Permission to trade Canada, United States, and yeah, I would like to trade in OTC as well if possible. Yeah, trade in Mexico. No, I'm good. Options. I have no experience in options. Well, let's say I have, no year. I don't trade them at all. And I have limited knowledge in options. But I would like permission to trade in Canada and the United States. Currency. That would be nice as well. Yes. Why can't I have OTCs? Are they considered complex or leveraged ETFs? No, they shouldn't be. Yeah. Well, technically, as much as I'm doing profits from active trading, I'm kind of here to preserve my capital. It's really what I'm doing. But I do active trading, but we'll see. Um, I have 0 years of experience. Yeah, I can't. Apparently, I can't. I have to make a single trade. I'd be lying. Okay, well, I guess no options for Justin. All right. So to be approved to trade stocks, you must have at least $20,000 US. Got it. To approve to trade commodities, you have to have at least $20,000. And you have to have at least a liquid net worth of 100K. Okay, so I can't do commodities, but I can trade stocks because I at least make money. Okay. Well, where is commodities? I don't have commodities on here. Unless that's... Why is it giving me trouble? Aye. Yeah. So it doesn't say anything to do about commodities. I am not trading any of these. So then what the hell is the problem? Continue. It's giving me some troubles. I can't remove currency. Yeah, we should get back into weed stocks. So looking back at this, kind of predicted an early breakout, but it looks like it's changed its mind. So getting more additional data, we can adjust the roof, which means I can bring my buy stop down. Where's the draggable line? There we go. So I can bring that down to probably here. Okay. So okay, so maybe $25,000 Canadian is not enough. Well, it should be enough. Why the hell? To trade stocks, your liquid net worth must be at least $20,000 US, which it is. What's the problem? And I'm not trading commodities. Oh man, this is a shitty ass website. So yeah, I'm just trying to set up my, if you're just tuning in, my interactive brokers account so I can trade OTC. But stupid website is giving me the troubles. Oh. Oh, technically I'd be lying because my liquid net worth. No, my liquid net worth is over $30,000 US. I got $60,000 and I have a debt of 25,000 Canadian, which is on the market. Yeah, no, I'm still in the clear here. Ah, you piece of crap. That's just All right, let's step me up to the next level. There we go. My microphone just shut off on itself. I don't know when it cut out, but I'm just waiting on the live chat, setting up my interactive brokers here. I've been putting it off, and I might as well get it done. But I think their form is buggered. Yeah. And we're just waiting on AMC to break out. Could break down. We're getting to the bottom of the channel, but we did kind of make it through the dip territory. So now we should start seeing the buying power ramp up, like nowish, and then that would get us out. If the buying power doesn't come, then we'll break down, obviously, because if we don't go up, we must go down, but we'll break down under essentially going flat for too long. The same sentiment, we're not moving. We should be moving. Therefore, I pull my money out because the risk has gotten higher. But that sentiment, as we talked about extensively yesterday, is local to us. It's not because of the market motions. It's just us problem. So that problem then could be mitigated by hype or exuberance or whatever, right? So it's not a guaranteed. And the fact that we haven't had a major dip is actually pretty good, because that means the market didn't drag us down. But the market did drag us down. It always drags us down. We always have a dip. So then that means our buyers have pushed us up. So instead of having a U shape, we have a really flat U shape, which almost looks like a downwards trend. But there's a U in there somewhere, right? So that's quite good, right? And so the market's going into a dip right now. It had one at its normal period, but it's going into a second one. Yep. So there's the dip, the 10 o'clock-ish dip. Always. It's like it's made for it. EENF is dead ski. So we might get dragged down by the second dip that's going to happen, especially if it gets more aggressive. Things are good. Things are good. Good thing I stepped out of that short sell, eh? I was short selling here. Had $3,000. I would have been 12 grand the whole. This stock really, people are just dumping money in it. Like every chance it gets, it's like GME. It just wants to take off. But overall, it should be going down. But you can't bet against it. Whenever it gets a second of energy or the sellers back off for just a second, it escapes. It always escapes. And yeah, which is good. But the problem with that is that you can't hold it for the long term because it's going to end up in the garbage can, like GME. But then you can't play it on the short term, because if you bet it's going to go down, you're right in the long term, but in the short term you get burned. So it's like, fuck me. But there's good volatility here, but this is definitely like pro level gambling if you're going to try to ace this stock. But if you got nothing else to do, it at least moves. A stock that moves makes money, so that's all that really matters. God. Negative 80%. Did like all their oil wells explode or something? I wonder what caused that flatline. Yeah, there's nothing in the news. Viacom is going up. I might actually get my money back. Yay, almost. Good. IQ. Yeah, neat. This is time. No, Tencent Music. So they might have sold a crazy deal. I wouldn't touch any Chinese stocks though. Not with the US thinking about banning them. But I mean, China or America wants Chinese money. They just don't want Chinese money in the government's hand, the Chinese government's hand, and that's the big problem. Like the U.S. works on foreign investment, and so does China. There's nobody wins in a trade war. But if you're funding a government that's going to go bomb you or fight you or blow something up later, it's probably not a good idea to give them extra money. Afghanistan, Iran, Contras. I think America's learned that lesson. Do not arm your enemies. And in case of China, it needs money for growth and modernization. So, all right, what am I looking for here? I want to see the biggest gainers. So SJ, Science Joy, sounds Chinese. Brooklyn Immuno, yeah. Romeo Power, High Peak Energy, Funware. How do these companies get their names? Barbecue Holdings. Like, I'd like to know what this company does. Let me see here. They are consumer restaurants. Okay, so they're consumer services and they do restaurants. The name fits. I like it. Oh, I'll take 1,000 stocks of BBQ. Oh, good choice. Do you want an extra slathering of dividends? Oh, please do. Oh, speaking of dividends, aren't we due for dividends in AMC? Or are they still canceled? Let's go back to AMC. I think they're still canceled. Look at the 1 year. Yeah, dividends are still canceled, right? Okay. So they stopped 24th of March last year. But I can foresee them coming back, and then that's going to be awesome because then you're getting paid for a long-term hold. So, buy up and that's going to drive up AMC's price because you buy as much as you can. You're getting paid to hold them. So it's like, oh man, the long-term potential of this stock is beautiful. That's probably, again, one of the main reasons I'm all in on this stock. Even though I'm gaming it daily, I'm definitely in for the long haul on this stock. I just wish it would stop being so slow. Can we just get to 30 like sooner than later? Yeah. Yeah, I think we're just still rocking and rolling as normal. We'll get rid of that. And we're just going through a wedge, a pennant with a flat bottom. I want to see this breakout, which is looking good. We're coming up on a breakout kind of time. Like buyers should be ramping up now. We're starting to see it right here. All we got to do is get over this line, and that should kick off the party, which means I'm going to bring this a little bit closer. I really love this. I can just fucking drag this shit. Oh, it's so good. So good. Because I'm really bad at numbers. But I can see the pattern, so just drag this shit. Make my money. Yeah. Where did you post it? The Thousandaire Club? If so, excellent. Yeah. That will be a good read. This is taking fucking forever. I'm trying to get a live chat here to figure out why my application. Yep. I'm doing that right now. because it looks like you guys can't post links, but I can, which is probably good. Yeah, it gives us a nice place to collect crap and stuff. And you can also cross post. So if you see really good stuff in like the AMC or Wall Street bets, you can cross post the stuff over here so we can see it. And then we can comment on it here. So you can collect the best and the brightest in your travels, and just we get a summary page, which is better than reading spam. So it's good. Yeah, make this place nice and dandy. And then I'll do my job and keep out the undesirables, the unwashed masses. Okay. I'll post today's live stream in case anybody ever uses that. Okay. Let's read this. Aha. So see it popped out. So now I'm in a short position. Oh. I have an existing position. Oh no, I'm not in a short position. I just sold some of this. Oh shit. I just lost some money. Oh man. Oh, I completely forgot I had an existing position. Okay. So basically, the quick summary of the investor place remarks is that basically they found oil, and then people piled in because they're like, oh my god, and then they were like, whoa, buddy, too quick, too fast, and so everyone's like, okay, and they retracted. On penny stocks and low volume stocks, with the rarest exceptions, Investor Place does not publish commentary about them. With anybody with less than 100 million market cap, which is basically because they're basically a playground for scam artists and manipulators. Yeah, because you could just make a no budget shit company, and also too, most of them go to zero, right? So, oh, I'm a mining company and I'm digging rocks in my backyard, like that kind of bullshit. To which I've already looked into making an OTC, which I should get on eventually. Uh-oh, there we go. I want to get on that, make myself an OTC company. You guys can invest in me. That'd be great. Good times. Mm-hmm. 4, 3, 9. Submit. All right. Phone number confirmed. Just like the Illuminati. All right, so this we broke down as expected. So that was the perfect short sell point. I forgot I had this though. Because I bought in just at close yesterday. But I still think we're going to go up. We just kind of went flat for too long, and so when you get this close to either line, it's 50-50. And this was just a technical breakdown. But we'll climb back up. Also, apparently, Frederick Fire and State Police are dealing with an active shooting since 8:47 a.m. Man, States is just having a good times. I have like a police scanner, and when a whole bunch of people listen to one channel, it alerts me. So usually I know before the news even breaks. When there's fun times in the United States. Oh, this is a nice post about the institutionals. So Fidelity Small Cap Index has picked up a bunch. Index. These are all ETFs. So these are like mutual funds that people buy into. And then the mutual funds then pick up the shares. So this isn't really institutionals, but more so them just doing their job, right? But it's good that we're in their portfolios, right? So 9 million shares. So iShares Russell 2000 is a really big ETF, and they hold 2% of the company. Nice. That's good. So Vanguard's still still one of our biggest holders, even though Vanguard liquefied their, I don't know, their aggressive, I don't know, gambling account. Because Vanguard had, I think, a 900,000 share holding, and they just liquefied to zero. But I don't know what that was. If that was ETFs or whatever. It should be probably their gambling account, but I don't know what that'd be called. Getting view and upvote. So there you see the recovery. It was just a technical breakout, but the stock really does want to go up. So I didn't even have to look at the screen, and there it goes. A dentist gave me a prescription for AMC. That's pretty good. There we go. Cross-posted. Can't be a stockbroker without tons of drugs. It's like one of the fundamental tenets. On what post you're talking about now? What's the time frame on that? I think that's current holdings. So it's just I forget. I think they have to report twice a month their holdings, or within the 30 days. I can't remember the time frame, but essentially, the stock market requires, the regulatory body requires you, let's say at minimum once a month, to tell them what you're doing. So shorts have to report, I think, twice a month what they're doing. But in that case, you have to tell the regulatory bodies who you've lent your shares to. And then the ETFs and the mutual funds and all that have to say how many people are bought in, how much money they have currently, and what positions they hold. And then that information gets distilled down into, AMC has held this much by these people and this person, whatever. If you're looking at it from that perspective, if you're looking at it from a broader perspective, it shows if they're making money, losing money, and for the government, it shows if the economy is about to collapse, right? If everyone's pulling their money out of the markets, you'll know at least once a month that things are going sour. You could always look at the market, which is real time, but then you could get the real data. Anyways, so I think it's monthly. So once a month we get to know if people have come and people have left. They may report twice a month, just because nowadays everything's digital. It's not like you have to read your books and do accounting like when the stock market was born in the 1920s, so I think. Yeah. It's interesting to think that less than, or almost exactly 100 years ago, the idea of corporations, shares, and a market of corporations all kind of came to a modernization. And then if you go back into like the mid 1800s, I think with the East India Company, I think they were the first to really do like corporation shares. But I'm not 100% sure. This is not my forte, corporate history. But anyways, it's still a modern invention, right? It's neat. Profit sharing is nothing new. The Romans gave you citizenship and the Greeks distributed wealth and all that, but it wasn't done on a corporation level. It was done on a social and humanitarian kind of level. But the idea of a corporation being a human entity and having its own will and its own right and all that, it's all relatively new. It's pretty interesting stuff. And yes, it is good news that Vanguard is in play, and it's also good news that we're in a bunch of portfolios, because that says we're still valuable. If we're not in portfolios, that means they got rid of us because we're going to be a turd and we're going to stink up the whole place, right? So we're valuable. And it also means as people who are not the greatest investors buy ETFs and they buy all these pre-canned garbage solutions, we get cash injections, right? So that's good. Now it opens up a little bit of risk, because if these people get spooked and they start liquefying all their ETFs, we'll get dinged, right? But these companies usually try to attract people for the long term, and you set it and forget it. And these are the same people that buy the whole stock market's a dangerous place, trust us with your money. So they tend to be a little bit more passive than us, if you would. We're more active. Well, we are active investors by definition. So, yeah, we'll see. Yeah, it's just something to keep in mind and weigh out. And as things get better and better and better, we'll probably pick up more and more, because then we become very valuable, or a sure deal. And then once we hit that level, then that's excellent. We'll basically be just rolling in money. Just like Apple. People are just throwing money at Apple. Oh, what should I invest in? Okay, Apple. It's like, it's a friggin' turd. But because everyone's keeping it up, it's going to be good, Yes, Apple sells phones, and yes, they're doing good. They're not complete garbage, but they're not, $3.7 trillion? What innovation have they done lately? It's, Yeah, so I don't know. To each their own, based on their investing strategies. But yeah, it's something to keep in mind. Share price doesn't really mean much. It's all about investment sentiment, what people think about the stock, how willing are they going to hold on or sell. So we're being kept up here. So we might do a technical breakdown. Really want to see this go up, but it is being a butt. So you might be right. We might be going sub 10. We didn't get any of the 11 o'clock volume. It wasn't enough to get us through the line. So this looks like it's going to break down. Yeah. And let me just update the live chat. Or not the live chat, the description. Yeah. Good old Thousand Air Club. And that's good. As we move on from AMC, or AMC just becomes one of our long-term holds, I'll make a sticky when I get some time, and I'll just put long positions. So we'll take up some like long-term bets, and I could probably write a robot that updates the ticker, so it goes and edits it every half a day, quarter of a day, and does the math if we're losing or winning. And I definitely want to set up do some paper trading. So maybe next month I'll reset my account, and then everybody starts at 100,000 or something, and we all go gambling. The only problem is I can bet like millions of dollars, like millions and millions of dollars, and I only have 101,000 in my account. So I don't know, what's going on. Wow. I went from having $101,000 to having 34 overnight. But that's just because I'm betting like millions of dollars. So if it's off by like $1, I'm losing 30,000. Yeah, like that's a difference of $1. And that's 37,000. Difference of $1 on AMC, negative 25,000. It's like, yeah, that's big money, big movements. But yeah, we should definitely get some gaming going. It'll be fun. What am I looking for here? Oh, yes, I want to put the Thousand Air Club in the description here. Yep, and I already did. Okay, good. Yeah. Oh, well, sort of. People, to answer your question or your statement there, to retort your statement, people buy on rumor, sell on news, right? That's Warren Buffett's famous line. So if the company says, hey, things are getting better, then that's usually when you sell, because that's the time to lock in your profits. And then, like, it seems counterintuitive, but that's the whole contrarian. You do the opposite of what everyone else is doing. But if you're doing the opposite of everyone else, then you're selling when people are buying, and then you're buying when people are selling. So yeah, you get it at discount and you lock in your profits. But if you bought when everyone's selling and they keep selling, that's the part they leave out. You're now broke. And if you sell when everyone's buying, then you've got $10 profit, and it went up to $200 profit. So yeah, what he's saying is correct for like the ultra short term or the ultra long term, depending on the stock. But Warren Buffett is a well-known long-term value investor, but then he also bought companies like Coca-Cola when they first started. He had it easy. these are when corporations were there was no competition. You threw a rock and you're going to have a corporation that's amazing, right? Oh, I'm America's favorite soft drink and I'm going to go into an IPO. Gee, I wonder how that's going to go. Poorly. Like, that's a no fucking brainer. Just like when Alibaba went public, that's a no friggin' brainer either. Well, is the Chinese economy going to grow? Yes. Well, Alibaba's going to be freaking dominant. It's no brainer, right? So Warren Buffett is smart. I would not go as far to say as like this guy is the greatest thing since Swiss cheese. I would say modern investors, young ones that are new, they have it hard, and these guys still pull out money. There's millions of corporations, and you got to find the good stuff. And America's not going through a growth period like after World War II, where it just basically went from a shitty farming country to superpower, right? Where any stock is good. So anyways, not to get off track, but the point here is that people still buy into the idea that anytime a CEO comes on, says something positive, that's when you should get out, because it's going to go a little bit more and then it's going to turn around. So it works as a double-edged sword. And then after the idiots get out, then we'll have our time in the sun again. Yeah. Yeah. Plus, if it's a buy and hold stock, then if people think that way, then our stock will slowly gain over time. But we'll have periods where there's large sell-offs because the active investors got bored, or whoever's gaming the stock is getting out because they're done with this slow piece of crap, or vice versa. People are piling in because they saw a Reddit post or whatever, right? But our fundamental will always be we're going to 30. And that's what I always say. It's like we're going to 30, but the question is when. We have the short-term market plays that are going to drop us or raise us. But the technicals still hold all the time. But you can't predict volume, at least as far as I can tell, or tried. I may be wrong. But as a result, you get this, right? We have low volume, not enough energy to go up, not enough energy to go down. So we're just like creaking sideways. I mean, it's not horrible. We're still holding. But if we had the energy, we would just be flying off the handles here. So. Thanks for the promo. I don't know what the likes do on YouTube, but I know in my admin panel, it shows the percentage liked. So if you 100% of people like this video, it doesn't tell me how many people have clicked, but just percentage. So I guess that's good to tell which of your videos is the best, I guess. I don't know. But I appreciate anything that helps me get more coverage on YouTube, since I don't advertise. I'm just a humble stock trader. Well, semi-humble stock trader. Just trying to make his bucks. All right. Well, Interactive Brokers is not responding to me, so I will close my account for now and check on how my... Awesome. I acquired a game, and the acquiring is finished. 1 second to install. English, yes please. Thank you. Good. Okay, I only need English. All right, and install. Okay, if we start lagging, sorry in advance. Right. And there we go. Good. All right, let's take a look now that I'm done that. Actually, I'm going to look at that institutional ownership. Excuse me, again. There's the link for those following along. Yeah, so Vanguard's total stock market index bailed 53,000, last updated March 28th, or sorry, February 28th. So it does look like they're reporting once a month, basically end of month. So, but Fidelity Extended Market zeroed. Oh no, it stayed the same. Right, okay, that's how you read this. So the iShares Russell is the largest holder. They hold 9 million shares. Added 70,000, which is about 1%. So Russell 200 non-lendable fund has gone up 400%. BlackRock went up 400%. So they went from 100,000. That's a Russell 200 as well. Russell 200, 2,500. Man, this Russell 200 is a popular word. It's like trademarked and everything. The Russell 200 is a stock market, or an index, isn't it? Yeah, it's the index of the smallest 200 stocks started by Frank Russell Company, and it's London. Yeah, okay. It's the index of the smallest 200 stocks within the Russell 3000 index, and it's the London Stock Exchange Group. Okay. Oh, my browser just crashed. And you guys are still hearing me? Yep, you're still hearing me. Okay. Is this one still working? Nope. Uh-ohs. I am lagging hard here. Google is having a stroke. There we go. Oh, crap. That was a big leg spike there. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, sorry about the leg spike there. But yeah, no, it's interesting. So I guess a lot of UK people are picking up AMC, or AMC trades on the London market. Okay. Sorry for the lag. The installer looks like it's eating up my memory. Okay. Let's take a look here. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's get rid of that. So we're just trucking along. So our next trial is we're going to try to see if we can get over this here. That's the next bit. How bad is the lag for you guys? Still functional? It's looking pretty bad on my screen. Do you want? Okay. Yeah, on my screen it's pretty bad. It's 2 minutes delayed, and basically I moved my mouse and okay, then it's working good. Yeah, I'm seeing about my thing's showing me 11:30 on the clock. 11:31. We just went into it. Okay, so maybe it's just YouTube trying to scare me. Oh, I just adjusted it. Now I'm at 11:33. I just dragged it to the end. There we go. Now I'm back on time. Yeah, I don't know why it's barfing, because I'm not doing anything other than my RAM's getting eaten up by a decompressor, which I could cancel if it's very bad. But I do like the video games. So yeah, it's starting to look a little better now. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. And see how long it takes for it to show up. About 4 seconds. Okay, good. Yeah, eventually I'll get everything all better and I'll set up and have a dedicated streaming computer, or just separate so I can game while doing this stream. Because I'd like to full screen this this window, right? I have it in a corner of my 4K, but that's like maybe 11 inches. So I'm looking at an 11-inch size chart. It'd be nice if I could go 28 inches chart. But if I do that, I can't see volume levels or the chat, so sucks. I will kill you, Bets. You will die by my hands. Yeah. Well, the better mic is coming. Just have to get back to 14. Can't spend money until I make money. You don't want to use your principal. Ugh. Actually, I think I'll make a coffee while I wait. Yeah, I always love comedy where someone's like, you're talking and the random person comes in and says like, I don't know, something, and then the other person's like, I will end you. And he just goes like off the handles. Yeah. Like Anchorman had, right? He loses his arms. He's like, oh, what the hell? Stuff like that. Yeah, let's hope this breaks out. The buy volume just went up pretty good. I'm gonna make me a coffee. I'll stay on the line here while I do that. Yeah. We should probably take a look at the GAMP box at some point and get refreshed on it since I use it a lot. Maybe I can learn how to do time-based trading or remind myself where it's useful. I think it's currencies. Currencies are secular. They're based on cycles during the day. Major corporations have to buy in to meet their financial demands. The ebb and flow of the natural business world causes the ups and downs during the day. Because if all things removed, if we take out all the speculators and all the people making a mess of the stock market, it would be pretty ordered. People are buying at this time to satisfy whatever business they're doing. They're selling at this time because it's end of day and they don't need it anymore. People would buy the commodities that they need at the price they need, and it would all be very orderly. But of course, the second somebody gets an advantage, he's buying up all the oil because he's hedging for the fact that the Suez Canal is going to get stuck again. And then another guy actually gets the boat stuck. You know, there's foul play. There's speculators thinking that maybe boats are going to get stuck all the time, just keeping on this example. And as a result, the market goes all over the friggin' place. But the natural order of things is still there, still doing its thing. But you have all these speculators making a mess of things, right? I just use commodities as an example, but shares are the same boat. Commodities just make more sense. Like, why would you buy AMC into the future, right? Oh, I'm speculating that AMC is going to grow or not. Well, it's not hard with a company. It's either going to grow or it's not. It's straightforward. You know, is Apple going to keep innovating? Okay, that's probably a yes. Is the innovation going to be breathtaking? Maybe. Probably not. But they're going to, you know, stay alive. So, okay, they're going to go up, but probably slowly. You know, of course, corporations can do dumb things like fraud and all that sort of stuff and go under. But you know, it's not like you're speculating against a consumable, something that you eat or buy or that has a lifespan, like cows and oil and grain and wheat. You could hold AMC for 50 years if they're around, where if you hold oil for 50 years, well, I guess that is possible, but usually commodities have a delivery date, so you'd have to keep renewing your hold, I guess, and you probably wouldn't make any money. You would just buy it, hold it to a point, sell it. You'd be like an oil dealer or whatever commodity. You know, you buy some cows from one person, and then you sell it to somebody that has low supply or high demand, and then you take from the high supply. I have too many cows, I just want to get rid of them. Cool. I take those cows and sell it to somebody that needs them. And that's the life of anybody that's played any video game as a trader. High supply is great, and high demand is great. The combinations of the two are the perfect ground for the middleman. Okay, I'm just going to check back at the stock while this coffee does its thing. All decaf, of course. And we might be going for a technical breakout, so we'll just have to let that run its course. Oh, excuse me. Woot woot. And hopefully we'll get some energy. What time is it? 11:41. So yeah, we might get a little bit of energy pre 12 o'clock, and then it's going to be Deadsville for an hour. Then we get some energy at 1 o'clock. Hopefully life is good. But not too bad. I mean, we went up 12% yesterday. well, we went up, let's say, almost 20 something percent, I think we maxed out at. And then we retracted back to 12, 15%, give or take. So we're still going up, still good. Because again, if you remember my drawing of the U shape, we're exceeding the U shape when we went up 20%. 10% or so is about right. I don't know what the market's going to give us. I don't know what it has in store. But I think we're going to keep following that U shape. So having a little bit of retraction that brings us back to it is expected. And it's not going to cause us any trouble. Now, if we just like plummeted 30% right now, then there's something wrong. Like something seriously wrong. But the likelihood of that happening is almost zero. I mean, anything's possible, but anyways. All right, I'm just going to mute myself for a second because walking with this coffee is not easy. Okay, we're back. Oh, no chat comments. Oh, I thought there would be a pile of insults and other derogatory comments. Is my voice still working? Yeah, my voice is still working. Okay. Good. I'm just going to quickly full screen this, and I'm going to see how bad it looks. I'll have to load it up on my phone. Mute myself. No, don't repeat my voice, phone. Okay. Yeah, I was watching myself on the on the phone. It actually doesn't look too bad when you crank the resolution. It actually looks pretty decent on a... I know it looks good on a TV. I've tried that out. But it looks pretty good on a mobile as well. So now let's try full screening this. And let's see what kind of a mess it makes. Now I hit play. Okay, so it cuts the chart up really funky like. And then if I switch over to viewer mode, what does it look like now? Okay, it's still just chopping the screen. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, I see what it's doing. Basically, because the screen size changed, it ended up making it 4 times bigger. Let's just fix that. Duplicate. Main chart, unlock. There we go. So there. Now, the problem, see, with this is how hard is that to read? So let's check that out on my phone. This is why I didn't do it full screen to start with. Just because I wanted something that's readable for you guys. Especially when you're watching it on small. My phone won't let me set the higher... Oh, here it is. Quality. Whoa, 144p. No wonder it's garbage. Let's look what 1080p is. Oh, 1080p ain't bad. But yeah, that's pretty hard to read on a phone. Guess it'd be okay on a TV. Yeah, maybe I'll try a larger format. How bad is this for you guys? Like, it's bigger. There's more real estate, right? So it's better for me. I can draw a lot better. But I don't know if this benefits you guys. Like, do you like the larger format? Give me some feedback on it. Yeah, you prefer the condensed format? Yeah, okay. That's fine. So then condensed format. And there we go. Oh, and something happened with my chart here. Window capture, no, main chart. And there we go. There we go. Yeah. So that one is the more condensed. There we go. Yeah, that does look a lot better. You know, it puts the information you need up front. Yeah, not bad. Oh, I really hate this thing. Why won't it go away? Oh my god. I would like to just kill this. Maybe I can just shove it somewhere. There we go. Are you winning yet, son? Nice. Okay. We'll just leave this as is. I just wanted to try something else out. All right. That's good. And I think after today's thing, I'm going to try updating this bottom corner. And I think I'm going to put the Stonks character, the guy with the tie, bring him up. Let's see here. Okay, so I'm gonna just put that up, but or actually, let's so this guy here. So I think I could just go into Photoshop. Oh, someone's made a Funko. Really? There's a Funko Pop? Oh shit, I need this. But I think I'll just use the Fortnite guy and then basically cut him out and then stick him in the corner with the arrow and put some lemons around him in the background. And use him. I do like, this guy. He's great. Or even that would be awesome. And then that way we at least have and orange and science. So at least we have something fun to put in the corner there. But I definitely like this. That's awesome. Yep. Got to be smart. Good stuff. Oh, there we go. My microphone just shut off for a second there. Anyways, let's get the chat window back up since I can't see what you guys are saying. There we go. Yeah, it's possible we have robots keeping us up versus down. So that looks robotic. That could be a buy-in here. What's the volume? Very slow, but that does look robotic. You're right. What number is that? 1013. So maybe someone's buying in a position. Yeah. Good eye, Mr. Marshall. You also kind of have flat here on the bottom or on the top. So there could have been a buy-in here. And then when it shifted up, then they shifted up. But normally you'd try to buy low, right? But this could have been where they were. And then when it busted up, they stopped. And then they got back in here. That does look pretty robotic. It's stopping it from going any lower. Now, it could be just sell to this point, but so someone's getting out of a position and they're pushing it down, but then these wouldn't have stood. The flatness is on the bottom, and then this one that broke through got pushed up, but it stayed like that for a whole minute, so it would have to have heavy volume or a really crummy robot. So I don't know. Normally, nothing breaks through, at least permanently. Yeah, regardless, we're in a better spot. Yes, we're in a good place now. What we got to do now, though, is get us up over 11. As I was saying yesterday, once we're over 11, then we're looking at proper recovery. But we have to get up there first, which is, a host of things have to go well for us. And unfortunately, life has not been good for AMC's people. Yep. Well, a pennant is usually when there's indecision. So definitely there should be a pennant down here because there's indecision. We don't know if we want to go up or down. And there was probably a pennant here, right? And that's your breakout. That was what we were looking at earlier. So if we do this, right, that was definitely a pennant or a wedge. I don't know which way you want to look at it, but so that one was definite. Now here, you're probably doing the exact same thing. So you're starting up here, and because we have indecision, we'll just go with the guy down here. And then this guy here is building a channel, so that's useless. So if we take this guy and we take this guy, then we're basically hitting the end of a pennant. So this guy would go down to here potentially to draw that. But when you start adding stuff that doesn't exist, your pennant gets more wish-washy and it holds up less and less. But the fact we have 2 data points technically 3 data points that are increasing, like less lows, and then we have 1, 2, 3, 4 data points that are decreasing, it's good. Like at the very least, it's coming to a point. We can see that at least right here. So even if the rest of this may not be exactly a pennant shape, this part here is definitely pennant shape. So we're about to have another breakup or breakdown anytime now. Like any moment. But yeah, it's good to have an eye for that sort of thing. You're definitely doing better, Marshall. You're getting the skills that pay the bills. Yeah. So that one works out perfectly, right? So the breakout should be any second or minute at the very least. Yeah. I'm thinking we're going to be 14 by Friday, but we're going a little too slow for that to happen today. So I would readjust and say probably the next stage down is 1350 by Friday at this point. And so for every consecutive day of slow or worse, negative, you just keep dragging that out. No, this is definitely not a robot. This is just low volume and indecision. And there's your breakdown. So hopefully this gets countered or we're going down. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's always tomorrow. It's when our Lambos come in as well. That's a good way to show. Yeah. Candles. Capital I or lowercase I. Yeah. I mean, you do have support here, see? So like there's like artificial support at 1022. So anytime it tried to go down, it got pushed up. It never settled below this point. So maybe there is someone buying in. They're using like an automated tool so they don't push up the stock price, right? They want to buy in at the lowest price possible. But that's a very good indication. So if this is a robot and this is a robot buying in, they're going to be buying in for a big corporation that wants to take on a large position. So then that means they're seeing it as value. And that basically means that the stock is going to take off, within days from now. And that plays into what I was talking about yesterday, right? We're on the U shape, right? And so we've gone through all of this. We just finished this period, but we don't know if we're here or we're starting here. It looks like we're more here. But basically yesterday was like this. And so we're basically doing this. So if we draw the invisible U shape, right, it's bringing us back to the U basically, because we went up too fast, too quick. So this -5 is not bad. It's basically healthy, bringing us back. So I don't know if we're still going sideways though, or if we're starting our recovery. But this alludes to basically big business or whatever, big financials, thinking we're here because they're anticipating that, right? So that's good. If that is indeed a robot keeping us up, they're basically saying this is a valuable price and we think it's going to go up. If that's the case, we may also see artificial floor somewhere else. This may not be the first day. They would have done this on a Monday as well. But maybe this is all too rich for their blood. So when it gapped up, they said, fuck it, it's too expensive. I don't see any artificial floors. Maybe there. That's very short. Same with that one. Very short. And by artificial floor, I just mean flat. So here, you can't go any lower, can't go any lower, can't go any lower, can't go any lower. There could have been a buy-in right here, but this one broke through, so it would have stopped. So it would have been till here. The robot would buy anytime it gets below 1050. And then oh, that one actually holds up. And then this one holds up. Oh, actually, maybe that is a buy-in period. Yeah, that one holds up 1050, 1050, 1050. And then see when you have an artificial floor and all the negativity kind of tries to go through, it can't. So these guys give up, and that's what happens. And as long as the robot doesn't give up first. If the robot gives up first, then you crash through like we did with the 14. Maybe. Maybe they started buying in at end of day, and this is just a carryover. So they're taking on a big position. Yeah, maybe. Now that I'm looking for it. The hell? You guys still here? My YouTube just crashed. Yep, I guess you're all still here. Nice. Okay, anyways. That's... Yeah. Can you see, though? My YouTube studio just flatlined. But I think that's just me. It says an error occurred, playback ID, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, good. All right, as long as you guys are still good. So anyways, actually, so that's very positive then. If we have them buying in at 1050, 1022, and 1013, then that basically says we're kind of more on the curve. So they were thinking basically here might have been the start of the curve, but now that didn't happen for whatever reasons, most likely just because we have to pay for this, right? That's a huge vertical. And then we're right now at the 50% mark. We just needed a little bit of payment for this ridiculous jump, right? And we're basically just back to here. But that gives us a good launching platform. This is very stable, right? The 10 area, same with the actual 10. Like this whole area is stable. So that gives us a good platform for basically this. So I would say we're right at the corner here, is what it looks like. And then the businesses might think we're a little bit higher. And the active investors, I think we're here. Or they don't understand we're going into a curve, and they're doing their best to do the crashing of the U-shape, right? U-shapes either fail right at the corner, at the middle, or at the shoulder of the other side, right? As I've gone over countless times. So I think what we're seeing right here is basically the active investors and the whatever feeling the negativity. But as soon as that wears off, as soon as they're done, it'll basically jump back and pull us here. Or you can look at it, as I was saying earlier, we're up here, and this is just a natural correction bringing us back to the line, right? It depends on just how you're going to draw this in your head. If you're thinking that this is part of the wall of the U shape, or if you think this is a little too much too quick. Because if we draw this, right, so a U shape here, okay, this is going to be in the way. if we're going to do a U shape here, it would need to come out and go up like that, right? So having this is all fluff. This all needs to go away because it's erratic, just like this. It needed to go away, and you see it brought it back down, right? This is too much excitement, shot down. And then this is too much excitement, shot down. So, yeah. And actually, this trend right here, this line right here is not bad. So, yeah. Definitely, I'd say probably by the 12th, if all goes well, as I kind of guessed yesterday, we'll have some type of this. I don't see us going, into infinity here. Like that would be insane. A multi-week drag out. That'd be way too big by any standards. Because if we go back to here, our biggest drag so far is 17. But we've definitely speeded up since then. So if we do 17 days, 16, 17, yeah, that brings us to the 12th, right? And so if we match the same time, which I don't think we will, our pickup should be, a corner should be here, and then we should start gunning it by the 12th. So that's Monday next week. So we're doing good. Yeah, either way, we're doing good. So we basically have till the 12th to get all our money in to AMC. Well, I mean, I'm very optimistic with AMC on the long term, right? You know that. But I play the short term as well, right? The short term, I don't know. I'm still positive. You can see my huge bet here. But, if we're looking at this chart, if we go flat, that's where we are now. So we remove this because it was too much. We remove this because it's too much. The question is, here's the 7th, the 8th, the 9th. Let's just pan this over. So here's the 12th. So if the 12th, I really wish I could just hide this. Really annoying. Yeah, let me, all right, how's that? Yeah, I'm getting errors. I have a decompressor running in the background. It's about 80% done. Cancel. I can't restart the window, I don't think. Let me check. There we go. How is it now? Yeah, I just refreshed the window. I didn't think you could refresh the window, but it makes sense that you can. It basically realizes you're still streaming and then reconnects you. But anyway, so what I was going on about before that happened is that you could ignore these just like you can ignore these. Where we are right now, like 10:08, is basically the floor. So just like we could ignore this, we can ignore this. This is just normal jitter, up too high, down too low. So we're going along the bottom of a U here. But I'm thinking that the pickup point is going to be on the 12th. So this would be the point where it goes let's just use that. So the question is, we're here. And if where we want to be is here on or around the 12th, right? Now the question is, how are we going to get there? Are we going to, take a average approach, which would be like this? Are we going to go like this, something like that, right? Or are we going to spike up to 14 and then hammer down? But the idea is that we're going to, by the 12th, we're going to spike up. This is the line of average. So, we'll be 11 today. By tomorrow, we'll be 11.26. Then we'll hit 12 end of week, somewhere around 12.50. I was hoping 14 by the 9th. But if this day doesn't pick up, then we're going to have to drag it out. And the 12th is if we measured against the previous long gap we had. If we measure against the rate we came down, we should be at the 9th. This gets a little steeper, and the average is like this. So by tomorrow, we would be opening the day at 11:20, ending the day at 12, then 12 to 13, 13 to 14. So basically $1 a day over 4 days. Yeah, that's about right. So we'll see how that holds out, but I think 14 is going to be our next major hurdle. We're going to get there. The question is just under what time frame? Under a 9, under a 14, or worse, right? If we have a bad day like this, that's a definite buy for me, because then you're buying low and you'll come back. I don't really see us plummeting. The company's not losing money. It's not, well, it is losing money, but it's still, it's growing, fixing, building. It's not going under, kind of losing money. So, yeah. But when is this going to kick off is anyone's guess. But when it does, we'll all just be like, fuck yeah, money! And it'll be great. And this will get me thousands of dollars. But long story short, we're in for a bit of a waiting game, I think. And I should now pay attention in case there's robots. Should look for robots. So that looks like a robot, but upwards. So there's a flat top. And there's a flat bottom. So the robot is stopping selling here. And this is stopping buying here. What a weird... Why would you do that? Oh, I see. Too rich for your blood. Discount. Right. So you let the stock do this, but when it goes below, you buy, and when you go here, you close your position. So that's basically trading in a very tight channel. Yeah, that makes sense. Because then you're basically just, every time the stock does this, you make money, you make money, you make money. Or you start short selling on the way down. You make money, you make money, you make money. You could make money both ways. Yep. Okay, let me check Excel. Okay. So, wow, that company has gone neutral. Wow, that is the world's largest U. That's how many years? That's 15 years. Oh, wow. That is a... If anyone ever tells you to buy and hold, I can't really do the math. I'm not very good at math, Elon. But essentially, you're looking at The total available shares, I think, is just under 1 billion. So if you bought yourself 5 million shares right now, I think the available float is it's under 1 million, I think, in available float. So if you bought them all without anybody selling, the market makers would run out of shares. The price would go infinite. Like it would just fly through the roof until there was a seller. Maker would just run out of shares. Obviously, you don't want to do that. So if, let's say, the sellers show up in force and counter you, the share price will not move at all because the sellers will feed you enough shares to counteract your million. But normally what happens is the buyer comes out of nowhere and the sellers don't come and counter. And this is why we get buyers go, sellers go, buyers go, sellers go. Because if it was equal, the share price would not move. Or the sellers would just wait, let the price go up, and then sell, right? Like, sellers are not always people just trying to get out of the market. It's people that have bought in and they're selling to profit, right? So it all determines based on who's in play. But for all intents and purposes, it would skyrocket if someone just dumped it to the market. Like it would just fly. Because we get about 1 million over the course of, let's say, half an hour. You just did 5 half an hours. So that kind of volume would overwhelm the stock, right? And so it would just go right off the fucking handles. Yeah, which is why you don't do that, and which is why robots exist, because you buy in slowly, right, to build up your position without driving the price through the roof, because then you're artificially making it more expensive because you're the one moving the stock price. Yeah. I'm stuttering, yeah. I can't fix it. I got 10 minutes left, so I will fix myself in 10 minutes. Sorry in advance. Yeah, it's just gonna buffer because it's eating up all my, it's decompressing a file, so it's eating up all my memory and I can't control it. But anyways, looking at Excel, that's 15 years for anyone that has bought and held. Holy fuck. That is a lot of time. That actually, I should just take a screen cap of that. That is something I want to... Oh, my whole computer's lagging. Let's take a screen cap. Come on. Oh man, it is just killing my... Okay. Let me just save this, and 15 years. I'm just going to use that as an example anytime someone's like, buy and hold. Yeah, fuck me. So, I would, if I was to invest in this stock, I would want to know what caused this. Because obviously 15 years, the stock hasn't moved anywhere, right? It's basically dead. So something's changed, causing it to take off in 2016. And you can see the volume reflects that, right? So whatever this is, you have to figure out if it's stable. So let's say this is an oil company, which it's not. It's biotechnology, so they probably found something. But let's say it's an oil company. So this is them not finding any oil. This is them striking oil. Cool. Now they've got a lot of money because they found oil. Great. But how long is that oil going to last? How big is the fine? Do they have control over it? Like, there's a lot of questions, right? If any of these can easily go away, then if you're buying here, you can easily go back to here, which is it's $23 and you're going to go back to $2. So whatever this is completely determines if it's safe to buy here. Now, judging how they held this price for almost 6 years, it must be substantial. So maybe they invented a new drug. So this was the idea. The drug was here, but it failed trials. So 15 years later, it succeeded, and now they're selling it, right? If the drug is something that doesn't kill people, like let's say Viagra, then this part is about them growing their Viagra business. This is just sheer value from inventing a new drug, and the rest of it will be then them building on the value that they got here, right? And plus there's hype in here. So this could get cut in half, let's say, if the hype goes away, which is probably what's going on here. All the hype brought it up. It's now half of what it was worth at one point in March 2020. And so that's probably its real price, $17 or so. And that's the value of the patents, the value of the company, the leadership, all that crap. And then this is the growth over the multiple years and whatever hype it has now. But I don't know anything about this company or what it's doing. Okay, so it's fighting tumors. Nice. But if, biotech, pharma, it's a gamble. It is either a ton of money or no money, basically. But if you think this company's got solid, prospects, then no price, this thing can just go into the moon, right? There's no limit to how high it can go, because if you cure cancer, your company is worth, infinite money, right? So you have to use that judgment call. But you should be doing that to any business you want to invest in. Because that's basically how you figure out if the company is valuable or not. So yeah, we're just bouncing back and forth on a tight channel here. Let's see. It's 12:30. Okay, let's see if we can get... And if I adjust it to... no, the guy that's doing construction's back. What the fuck? People have already moved into the apartment ahead of me. So oh, maybe they're drilling through the floor. Maybe it's the mole people are trying to escape. Ah, oh, damn it. I thought I dealt with those mole people. Or crab people. I played some South Park. I fought them off with homeless junkies. Yeah, it was hobos. You need a hobo to fight the crab people. Oh no, wait, you fight hobos, and they throw beer bottles at you. Right. What do you need to fight the crab people? I can't remember. You needed some type of power-up. So anyways, I redrew the thing. It looks like we just did a breakout. So we'll see how that plays out. Right? Because as we were saying earlier, there's definitely a pennant shape here. Even if it doesn't quite line up properly. But the volume is painfully low. We get some decent spikes here and there. Like that was 7K. And look, it didn't even move. That's very indicative of a robot right there, that one. So there's a huge buy-in, but it was completely countered by sell. And then there was an oversell. Then it pushed it back up, pushed it back down, pushed it back up, and went for a run. But a robot normally doesn't allow the price to move. Oh my god, it's rattling my teeth. If you can't hear it, that's good. But it is super loud. So now we're at this robot. So let's see if this robot's fucked off. And we'll find out if this gets pushed down, then we'll know. But 1013 is the magical line. Let's put a line there. So let's see. I do have a noise filter attachment to OBS now, so it might be filtering it out. But it's definitely rattling my head. Yeah. So my OnlyFans, for every dollar you give me, it makes the thing go. All right. The video game ended. So now there shouldn't be any problems with the stream. So it looks like, well, yeah, it looks like we're on the line. Even though the line's not touching this, that is it. Drawings. So we're basically being held up on the fraction of a penny. Let me take a look at where the hell is the number scales? There should be the amount of dollar things I want. Precision. Here we go. Let's do it to 100th. Let's do it to 1,000th. Okay. Stock only trades on a penny, so I guess we can't get any level of detail. It's not showing us that. Even though in the background it's probably trading into the thousandths of a penny, but the market maker is fixing it at a penny. So I guess we can't see it because it's basically buffering it. Even though in the background it's probably doing fractional, and then that's how they make their money, right? Oh well. But yeah, it definitely looks like the robot is here. But we'll see. This might just be a line, like a heavy resistance line. Let's see. No. Crown would have a stronger middle. If we went bigger, no. There's a crown here. And here, that's the crown from the other day. But no, a crown is, you have to have a strong middle. Because like here, this is just a collapsed W. But for a crown, what makes it possible is that you tried, you succeeded, but then that's it. So you try again, and this one can be higher or lower, but you're not able to generally break new highs, and so that forces the downward slope. And then what really gives the crown its weight is that the people that all got in here and here on the way up, they're starting to see red, so they get out, and then they basically bring it all the way back down because that's it. But you can have a crown like this, and here's the middle piece. But if this goes positive, then you can have a W, right? Or a check mark. It depends if you can manage to get new highs, or you get the three kings like this, right? So if this part doesn't go low, you get three peaks. So it all depends on where this guy positions himself. If this is not a low, but an actual high, then you've got something pretty positive. But This one will still probably go down. You've tried 3 times, but you didn't quite get enough height to do a breakout. So there'll be a little bit of retraction, and then off you go. But yeah, there's no crown shape here. Got basically a U, a failed W, another failed W, and we're going flat, and we'll soon have a kick up. Because if we're not crashing, right, then it means we can only go up. So we're basically doing. This looks exactly the same as the. This is $14. This was the last week, and we're right here. The micro matches the macro pretty good, actually. But the same thing here, right? You go up really high, but you can't go any higher. So there's a retraction. In this case, the retraction is small versus the big guy. You hit some type of bottom that's pretty deep, and then there's some type of recovery, but the recovery wasn't good enough, so then you basically collapsed. So if we look at this, it's basically this, if we summarize it. There's a further collapse here, but this is kind of like, you can round that out, right? But that's just because it didn't go anywhere, and so it collapsed on itself. That's common, but we'll basically come back up pretty quickly. So that could also be seen as, well, it's a failed W here. This is kind of a, I guess I have to drag this out way further to make it correct. So anyway, so you go down, can't come up, whatever. But the fact we're not making new lows basically just means the sellers are done. So then we just need the buyers to kick back in. And as soon as we get back over 1046 here, then we've completed the U shape. And then we have to figure out if we're going to go over, or we're going to rock it up and complete the larger U shape here. Or is this mountain here going to be the last all be all? And then we'll have a smaller U shape here that doesn't make it. Then we'll roll. So the decision points are going to be on the corner, the midpoint, and here. So if we go and remove the drawings, so our decision point would be probably, let's say, here. So near end of day today. Here, 1040. That's the top. And the midpoint would be here. So I don't know where this curve's going to be, but essentially these will be the deciding points. If we start to do this, then it means the curve is here. So then whenever we fall down, we're going to be this point right here, and we can just move this whole graph over. If that's the case, we might go down, but if we rapidly come back up, then we've completed the corner, and then we can expect the rest of this to happen. And then there'll be a decision at this point or this point. So that's how you would play this. We know it's going to make a U shape. Well, I mean, it could collapse down. It could collapse down. You could have a failed U shape, but it's going to attempt the recovery phase. We just have to, wait for that. And we know that if we zoom out, we're in the bigger recovery phase for the more macro chart projection. So we have a lot of things going for us on the up and up. We just have to, yeah. Oh, you noticed that as well, eh? It is the flashbacks to the 14. It looks exactly the same, yeah. Yeah, we just have to wait this out. What did you want to check from the 11th? I would say, I don't know if we're done going down. It looks like we are, but I've been wrong before. I'm not 100% sure. I would say as soon as it starts showing strength, like going up, buy in. So, like, you could buy now. It's probably a good price. I mean, $10 is still a good price. But if you're trying to get the best price, then wait for it to go up. And then that time you're then buying at the near lowest price. So whatever that may be, if you want to play it safe. It's just like you always short sell when it's going up. You always short sell when it goes down, but you want to buy on the green. So in this case, wait for it to go up and then buy on the red, basically, the first hesitation. And then that way you know the motion is there, and then you get it at the best price possible, sort of deal. Yeah, but what stock do you want me to look at? This one, AMC? Okay. Well, anyways, yeah, this is just trucking along. But I think what's going to happen here is we're just going to truck along for some period of time, and then we're going to see a kickoff. I don't know what's going to trigger it. Okay, so if we go back to October 20th of last year, guessing it's this here. So what about this? What do you want to see? Oh, the 11th. The 11th, not the 20th. So here. Oh, 8th, 9th, 11th. 11th doesn't exist. It's the weekend. So, yeah, you got the 9th or the 12th. But what am I supposed to be looking for here? Or what would you like me to see? I guess is the better question. You might have your chart. So September. Are you talking about this month? I'm looking at the chart here, right? You got a kind of a crown here, but not really. Here, you have a peak. If you basically just average this out, it's just this. This is just the natural stock ebb and flow. Whoops. So there's nothing here. You average this out, nothing here to write home about, really. Right? And even this one, you know, this here was something, and so was like these things, right? These are events, but the overall stock motion is very flat and natural. So here's kind of a crown, right? But what makes a crown normal is that it basically collapses down to its original spot. So if I zoom out to 6 month, let's do all time. So if we zoom out to an all time, Yeah. So this is not, if you had another one here, right, that would be a crown, and it would have started from here, because that's the psychology of it. In this case, it's just, this one is just them batting against a ceiling. First time, second time, and that's it. Whatever pressures, it basically collapsed. And then it did a dead kitty, but it's basically on its way down for till now, basically. So basically December 16th, or 2016 to now, it's just been a non-stop down. But if we zoom in, of course, there's, you know, little bits and all that sort of stuff that's going on, but you can pretty much average this line to that. You know? This is just a oversell. That's the correction, or this is where it wanted to go. Then you had a dead cat, depending if you're looking at it that way. So here, we went up to here, but obviously that's too much, so we're back to here. Now we're here, you know, at 10. But this is going to basically look like this. With us hitting, oh no, wait, where's 30? December end of, okay, so 30 is here. So this is going to look like this. By December, let's say we hit 30 by December, the chart will look like this. Then we'll probably have a tiny bit of retraction because it's natural. And then, you know, whatever, right? So, right, this is the recovery or the flat period. And then we're in the recovery phase, which is why this stock is a good investment. If, for whatever reason, we get dragged right back down to like $2, then it's going to go for like a year, couple years, and then we'll go up again. But then we have the same thing I keep talking about. You might collapse down on yourself just as you start the recovery phase, midway, or at peak. Now, we don't know where the peak is, but I'm guessing the peak is where I set it, 35, these guys, right? The all-time high. So that's kind of where we're headed. We're headed to 35. But is it December? Is it next year? Is it the year after? I'm thinking it's December. But we can't, you know, we can only wish the market will do what the market will do, and there's no way for us to fix that. So, but on the short term, though, looking at the technicals of the short term, it's positive. So, everything looks good. It's just a matter of getting there, which might just take days, weeks. Yeah, just being a pain in the ass. All right, I'll go look at Reddit. Let's take a look in a book. It's a reading rainbow. Okay. Okay. I don't see your post. Yeah, I don't see your post. Oh, you said you will post it, not that you have posted it. I see. Got it. I'll wait until you're done. So anyways, yeah, it's definitely, we're reliving. So on the micro, we're essentially doing the 1 month. So yeah, there's the macro, and we're doing the exact same thing on the micro. it's it's funny how the stock market, follows patterns so so commonly. A little bit again is self-fulfilling prophecy. We think it, and then we make it true. It's our way of describing something that's chaotic. But for the most part, it's because humans are very simple creatures. So I adjusted the thing. So it's either here, 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 or there. Either way, we're probably going to have a breakout or breakdown really soon. And just even if I didn't draw these lines, if you're going straight for too long, it always ends up with something happening. Like, see how this is just going to a point? It always has some type of major price move. We're going to a point, so we're going to have either a major price move or a major price move, right? Always does that. Same thing here, right? So this one's a big pennant, and then we had our price move. This here, small pennant, price move. This one, price move. This one, these aren't exactly perfect pennants, but you get the idea. Whenever a stock does this, it's like equilibrium. When they say, hey, you came to us without incident, and then he says, no, not without incident. Yeah, something's going to happen. So those are your warnings or your buy-in points. It's letting you know that some action's going to happen. And then you'll notice that it always follows with incredible volume, right? Because people have better things to do than watch AMC go all day. But when it starts moving, they'll come back. They set the alerts and all that sort of stuff. Okay, I refreshed the Thousandaires. There's still no post. Ouroboros? I do not know what an Ouroboros is. Let's see here. Am I looking to find? I wanted to show you something, and I'm trying to remember what it is now. Probably got something to do with stock going El Garbage. It'll come back to me, I guess. You should be able to post pictures in the Thousandaire Club. Oh, it just says, yeah, no images. But how did other people post pictures? Why does it not let post pictures? Weird. Let me fix that. I'm the moderator, so I should be able to do that. I mean, as a moderator, I should be able to post without restrictions. Let's see here. Content controls. Require words in the post title. Provide members with posting guidelines. Nope. Post body is optional. Okay. Where's images? We've had 780 people visit us in the last 7 days. No one visits over the weekend. Suckers. Had April 1st, 23 unique visitors. Wow, you guys, 780 page views, but with only 30 or so unique, and 22 of those are members. Jeez, you guys click a lot of things. Not much to click on, but you guys do it. Well, where is the ability to... I want to be able to allow you to post images. Yeah, it should be rules and regulations, content controls. Okay. Ban. Every 30 days you can post the same link. Ban it. In case somebody posted, it'll just warn you saying, should. Yeah, it doesn't say anything about images. That's weird. Maybe it's because it's too new. Um, yeah, I can't do it. Oh, nice. Nice. Oh man, this is going slow. So this is dangerous because, like I said, every time we go flat, I mean, we've gone flat since 11 o'clock. So the volume has not picked up too much, but you're basically looking at either a major crash or a major breakout coming real soon. Okay, I just updated the title to more accurately reflect that we're basically going into a major change soon. Oh, I see. I thought you could... Oh, cool. You can just paste it. Sweet. I'm gonna post the 15 years picture. Holy shit. That's amazing though. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's see. Ah, okay, and your picture is micro fucking scopic. I can't I can't even see it. It's so small. Reddit's yeah, yeah. I guess Reddit's currently uploading it. It's currently tiny. Yeah, exactly. Okay, you're all seeing that too? I thought it was just me. I clicked on it. It's 66 by 97 pixels. I can zoom in. Here, I'll zoom in on it just so the folks following at home can see. Uh, okay, so that's what he's trying to show us. Um, so I don't know what that is, but yeah, that would be a crown. If you're looking at, is this now? Oh, you're looking at now. I see. On AMC. So you're going back to April, I think. But what view are you in? You in the dailies? No. Yes, you're in the dailies, and you are zoomed off to the side. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, you basically have this. Your picture stops here. Good with images. Video games. You taught me well. So yeah, if you do look at that, then this would have needed to be a little lower, but it doesn't have to be. We would need a spike here, but we haven't had it. And then yeah, your downwards could be to $5. But judging how things have gone, I think you're looking at more likely a three kings. So you could, if the sentiment is bad, you could go down. But this to me it looks more like a U, right? So this is like a mini U, and we're on our way going up because this is not a dying stock, right? So just like we had a U here, you could average this out. So here's your one king, here's your second king, and we're going for a third king. If you kind of average these out. But yes, you're right. There is a danger, and I think I mentioned that about a week ago. That this did look like a crown. Once we crashed like that, that was the danger. Is that we've completed this. Well, if we go any further down, we would stop at $8, which we didn't do. And then our recovery, okay, we'll have a recovery, but then it's really dangerous because if we don't recover well, if we don't get over $10, then we're going down to 8, right? But neither this, or this has happened. Well, this one is the future. So we should be okay. But you are correct. That is leading into a crown. But the fact that we dipped and didn't dip all the way back down, and the fact that we've gone flat for so long, that shows a floor to a recovery because they had plenty of time to crash. You know, if the stock really sucked, they would have bombed it, you know, over the course of a month, but they didn't. So that really says we've wasted a month going sideways. Our only room is for up now. Because if we were going to crash, we would have done it. That's usually how it goes. Here, we didn't go down, we go up. We're at the peak, we continue downwards till something changes. Usually flat, you go up, unless the stock is basically dying, and then, well, then it's going to go down after a flat. But you got to weigh it out, right? So that's the more macro. But I think if we look at all the micros, everything is saying up, right? So I don't know, you know. To me, everything's saying resting positive, but we'll see. And I'm glad I managed to pull that from that fuzzy piece of shit. I impress myself. Awesome. Man, not bad. Should work for the Chinese government. I can like pull an image, fuzzy picture. Oh yeah. Also, did you hear the cool news that they found out that mammals like mice and humans, we have the genomes to be poisonous. We have the venom genomes. So for some reason we did not go down that road, but that's probably because both us and mice have we don't really bite things much, right? And being venomous is kind of detrimental because you end up inhaling your venom, which is not great. So yeah, anyways, but that's kind of cool. Humans could have been venomous, like werewolves kind of deal. It would have been an interesting society. People biting each other in street brawls. People going away for venoming each other. Yeah, it would be weird. Oh man, the slow boat. So now we're at 1 o'clock. So hopefully we start to see a little bit more action. The volume's looking a little bit nicer, but it's still pretty garbage. Do 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 do. I guess I could get comfy on the couch because this is gonna be a while. Right. Nap time. I can't play my video game because it'll lag out the stream, so just have to sit here and enjoy the pain. Well, actually, I could leave this up and let's go Google Maps, fly around. There we go. Let's go. Yeah, show me all the COVID. Oh, that was useless. Let's go take a look at Shanghai. So there's the bun. The Chinese Art Museum. Expo Park. So I walked from here all the way to here. Oh, I think I was on this side of the river. Oh, I got my north and south fucked up. Yeah, Shanghai's a nice... I could definitely live, like, anywhere near Shanghai. No problem. If China's air pollution wasn't such a thing. But, like... Or
This has got to be where rich people live. But anywhere around here, oh, it's so nice. Like, just anywhere. And there's Hangzhou. Yeah. Ooh, I wonder how this is. It's a really gridded city. This is probably all industrial. Although I don't know why it would be, but anyways, let's go take a satellite view now that I've... Wow. And that is the actual color of the water. It's pretty bad. It was full of dead fishes, plastic bags, tires. The water quality is far from acceptable. That's kind of cool. I like how they do these, like, look at how they just do mass housing, very Soviet style. So they build a community, and it's just like, look at how they pack them in. And these are apartments that are like 20 stories tall. So if we zoom into a human level, there's a car. So, you can see the windows here. So this isn't really that high density, but that's at least 12 stories on this guy. And then this guy is 25 to 30 stories. Yeah. Oh, so there's our breakout. Fucking finally. God, that was painful. Now, is it going to hold, though? And we'll see. We'll keep an eye on that while I fly around. I do like countries that color code their roofs. And it's neat to see in China how they have, open space that's like crops and farming and whatever. And then you have 2 inches away, fucking planned development to a million miles in the sky. And you'll notice, see the roads? Nobody. So it's like you have all these giant roads anticipating cars, but I don't see a single fucking car. Oh, there's one. It's this must be just a new development because everything around is villagers. And it's neat how they build along a single road. So if you walk down a road, all the houses are attached, but unlike in the West, or at least I should say Canada, United States, we have a road. The road is part of a bigger network that feeds into a larger, road, right? It's very car driven. And your houses don't have houses behind the houses with alleyways. So like here, you have a house, 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 house. You don't get that. It's not like a branching tree. Ours is more, there's the back of a house touches the back of someone else's house. So anyways, it's pretty interesting. I have never seen this part of Shanghai or Shanghai region. This I'm familiar with. I walked a lot of this. And look, cars, because it's Shanghai and people have money. But where is the funky ass tower? Looks like a bottle opener. Should be here. This is... I think this is the construction for Disney World. Where is it? Okay, those are the red houses. I remember seeing those out the window. So if I can see the red houses, which are here, then what I'm looking for should be right here somewhere. Hey, the fabric market. Yeah, it's not going anywhere, but At least it's not going down. The volume's not strong enough to solidify the breakout. At least it's trying, so eventually it will succeed. Okay, let's see if I can find another landmark. It's just the weirdest fucking design. Like, look at that. And that's a cruise ship. Lifeboats. Green roof. That's radar. No weaponry. Can't tell what that is. These look like dishes, satellite dishes. You can see the aerial. And this is the thing connecting. And then there's another one. But they could just be antennas, and it just looks like satellite dishes. But this doesn't look like this boat goes anywhere. So is this boat like built? Like, it's clearly a boat. I can see the shadow. So is it just built into the ground? I don't remember that. Interesting. Yep, so that faltered. The fuck? The roads are all fucked up. Yeah. So this is what happens when your geo positioning gets knocked off. How do I get rid of the roads? Oh, that is cool. I always like these. China does this a lot. They do something with 1,000,000 of something. So this is the bund. I might have my directions fucked up. I need to find the giant concourse. I'll find it. So yeah, see that it's shifted. Okay, so here's a concourse. Yep. Okay. Don't remember any of these buildings. These are the rich people buildings, which means I am on this side of the road. Yeah, I might have been here on this. Okay. Just it's hard to tell. Obviously, it looks the frickin' same everywhere. I don't remember this. Walked all over this. Man, unless there's another circle that looks like this somewhere. But that's a very distinct circle. But maybe, yeah. Where's the heart of Shanghai? Okay, yeah, so this is the river. Okay, where's the Expo Gardens? That was down here, right? Expo Gardens. Ah, here it is. Okay, so I took a subway. This building here is here you go. So it's like this giant pagoda, I think is what it's called. Yeah. And then this is their old expo grounds where all these countries built things. And then the subway is somewhere over here. And strangely, it looks exactly like this, and this is 2012. Oh, that's kind of when I was there. 2012? No, 2015. Okay, yeah, it looks very similar actually. No, I was there sooner. And the stupid hats that were popular at the time. Nice. Okay, so if that's the case, I walked south from here. So there's a giant mall with rooftop lounging. It's really weird around here. There's the expo park. There's the tents. So the mall with the rooftop should be around here. Maybe it is this. No, that's the expo grounds. Shipping and receiving. Does this say healthcare? Maybe this is the mall. But it should have a rooftop patio. Unless maybe it got built up here. Should be very close. And it's really big. But I don't really have a sense of scale. Oh, maybe it's this? Maybe it's this. But this has a helipad, so I'm thinking that's more of a hospital. Yeah. Okay, so that's that place. Then yeah, so the thing I'm looking for should be here. Yeah, so we're just waiting for AMC to figure itself out. It may be charging up or it might be going back down. We'll see. I'm just going to fly around. Fly around the Earth. Okay. Now we're in 3D mode. Ooh, the quality's gone up. Nice. There we go. Sweet. Now we're flying our UAV. Pew pew pew. So it's using a parallax. So if you look at this building here, you see how it's parallaxing to give a fake sense of height. Yeah. And it's extenuating the shadows. Yeah. Yeah. So when you disable globe view, they crank up the shadows. Wow, look at the contrast go up between the two. That's crazy. Yeah, so this is still hissy. Okay. Enable globe. Sure. 3D. This is going to be a flashpoint one day, this area. And the US have bases all up in here. They got them really boxed in, at least here. And the aircraft carrier off of here. So basically South Korea's got this side, although China has ballistic missiles all up in here. Oh, there's a mountain here? Heaven Lake. And by mountain, I mean old volcano. I did not know that exists. And that is in the border of China. it's shared with North Korea. Okay, we can have a DMZ right here. Yep, one side China, the other side Korea. Wow, that looks breathtaking, eh? Oh man. And it would cost like a gazillion dollars to fly an airplane over this mountain, but you could just do it with Google Maps. That's fucking... how many people have stepped foot on this terrain, right? Probably hundreds in the entire history of Earth. Ooh, look at that valley. That's a beautiful valley. That looks like a road. That looks like tourism. Let's see. That looks like a road following the valley. Stops here. That's definitely man-made. Yeah. Oh no, maybe the road continues. No. Yeah, there's a man-made. So is that the border of China? It's probably just to check in on the lake. And see if there's any buildings or outposts or... No. Because if there would be something, it would be on the North Korea border kind of deal. Like they would have militarized one of these peaks. Oh, here it is. Right there. Exactly where I thought it would be. It'd be on one of these peaks overlooking into the Chinese side. So they call it Pikachu Mountain. Oh, it's an active volcano. Cool. Yeah, and then you can see there's tracks along the mountain. There's a road. There's a lift that takes you right up. So that's the lift. Some camouflaged or snowed-in buildings. And there's some settlements. Something down here. Going into the river. Humans settle along rivers. So there should be more settlements as we get down here. Where are we headed? Into Russia. No, into China. And nearest civilization's coming up. Here we go. Some shipping and receiving place. Or customs? Customs. That's the border right here, right? Yeah. So that's between China, and that's a border fence. Right, there's the fence, and here's the guard posts and the road. So what country is this? This is China. So that might be railroad. Then, oh no. Yeah, country road. This might be all just shipping and receiving. Or power transmission lines. Could be that. Usually it's borders. But, oh, we've crashed down. But we're still just back to where we started, so nothing negative. Yeah, that's probably power transmission lines to try to get out here. Yeah, see, that's a border fence right there. Yeah. Thing is, it doesn't look like China gives a shit. It looks like North Korea gives a shit about their border. I guess China doesn't give a crap if... no, the road's on the Chinese side. Okay, maybe China does care. Yeah, see? But then also North Korea has a road as well. Okay, maybe they do care. And there's a guard post. So really, it wouldn't be too hard to sneak into the northern part of North Korea. You're looking at a couple of watch posts. Well, obviously don't sneak in here, but there, this is probably mass housing. It is North Korea. Probably there's some type of mining operation here. And there we go. That should bring us up to proper time. There you go. It's not like it's going anywhere fast. So for what this is. Farming? Yeah, it's farming. It should be better now. It says 2940 something. That's pretty much just drag the thing to reset it or just refresh. It should be good now. Because what happens is if there's any lag, then basically you start to drift, and then it just gets worse and worse and worse as you watch for 6 hours. Yeah, exactly. 4 seconds is proper. 8 sometimes, but 45 seconds is garbage. There's Ruskia, or Roskia, Rovoskia. Can't remember how you say Russia in Russian. There's my country. And there's a bigger country. There's Mexico. This is where narcotics and gun battles are taking place. And this is where they should build a new Panama Canal. They're thinking of connecting, so this lake, and then there's a river that they can connect to. Yeah, I think it's here. So they just have to blow through this, and then they can go through this or something like that. Yeah, it's Nicaragua. Yeah. And then basically that would save them going to Panama and the Panama Canal, which is here, which is treacherous anyways. But if you measure it, you know, that's pretty big. This is bigger. But the amount of money Nicaragua would get, just start digging. Like, it can't take that long with modern machinery. Like, just straight out, get a drill and go to town. Like, could probably do that in a, what is this, 20 kilometers? So this is 20, 40. Yeah, that wouldn't take more than a year or two if you just went all out. I don't want to know the cost, but... And, you know, no one's living there, so just throw all the friggin' dirt to the sides. Like, just go. El Toot. El Tule. There's Nicaragua. Lots of violence here. But if you ever played Tropico, it's pretty much Nicaragua. It's got that same feel. I do like their little jungly countryside. It's cute. They got the sporadic trees, but the lush green reminds me of home, essentially. Florida. What a mess. Highly built up, but then swampy wasteland. Yeah. But, this is just, look at the density. It's low density. It's not like China level, but I can't live in something like that. Look at how close you are to each other. And your neighbors are kind of, questionable. Like he's got a forklift or some type of truck, and then 3 vehicles, a tiny pool, and all that separates you is a 2-inch fence. Yeah. And look at that. Like, what the? That's planned housing at its worst. Around a church? Really? When they built this community, they built it around a church. Wow. Yikes. Extra yikes sauce. Yeah, that's a hard pass. That's kind of fun. You got a little bit of water. He's got a boat. Where the fuck are you gonna go with that boat? Nowhere. He can basically go somewhere between this square. Why would you have a boat? Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, I do like flying around the world. But yeah, I should set up the OTC. I think I need $10,000 though. So I'll need the stocks to do better. Wow, that's a large waterway. Holy crap. 50, 60, 70 kilometers. Wow, that's all the way from Fort Lauderdale to West Palm. Yep. And the amount of cocaine that hits this coast is immense. But that's basically Miami to West Palm. This is basically Florida. And then the rest of this is just, random hold-ons. Maybe one day Florida will kind of unfuck itself and be like a glorious, shining example. Because I mean, it's in the Bahamas. It's got the means to be awesome, but it's just got a lot of management issues, from what I can tell. And then the good old West, all founded by the railroads, mostly a wasteland, but it's getting colonized. Look at that. Parcel divided up land into squares, and see how it's highlighting the it's coming down in rectangles. That's Google's algorithm partially as well. And the geo satellites, they scan the United States in a grid. Good old California, and then we go into Canada. This is our Vancouver Island where the rich people live. Flying across the countryside. There's Ontario. There's our Great Lakes. Let's go visit Toronto. There's our waterfront. Oh, it's all done. Hey, it's CN Tower. Nice. There's our downtown core, the Sky Dome, or Rogers Center now. It's bought out by a crappy company. Toronto Island. just a rich people's boat parking. Parkdale, all the rich people. But Toronto's still kind of low density. Each one of these houses is worth probably 7 million Canadian. Maybe even more. This is High Park. Yeah, High Park. So this is the original park of Toronto. There's densification. Wow, look at that. I can see into people's balconies. That's nuts. Whoa, the 3D model. I mean, it's still a flat picture, but there's some chairs. That's crazy. Wow, that's not an invasion of privacy much. See if there's a person here. No. It's just a lot of chairs. That might be a person. Gotta be somebody on their balcony. Or maybe I'm seeing into their house. Can't tell. But that's cool. Didn't know. Yeah, these are all balconies. Yeah. So that's good old Toronto. Toronto tends to go north. The downtown core is pretty cool though. Yeah. This is Ryerson University. So old school university. Wow, look at the level of detail. I don't think I've looked at Toronto in years. That's student housing, probably. This concrete monolith. But that's kind of how Canadian housing is. It's all very hodgepodgey. Densification's in the middle. Then it all goes to mid-density, which is like this garbage row house. Or single. If you're in a richer neighborhood, it'll be singles. So that's kind of cool. They all have sheds. Neat. Must have been the style of the house at the time. Let's go. Yeah, so there's the older style houses. That's a European style house. But even these are like medium density. Toronto is not going to have low density until you go. Hey, Toronto Zoo. I haven't checked that out. I'm from space. Where the hell's that? Toronto Zoo. Energy. Oh, here it is. No, it's another giant park. A lot of green space. And our cities aren't very manicured, not like Asia. It's just cookie cutter that flows into bigger roads. So I try to avoid the grid shape. It was popular back in the day, and now not so much. Where is the Toronto Zoo? Oh, I don't know. And I was born here. This is DeHillier Park. Where is it? This is the 401. This is this. And it has grown. Taunton Gardens. None of this existed when I was a kid. None of this up here. Henry Street. The only apartments in the entire place. So this is DeHillier Park. Yeah, Dehillier Park. So this is actually one of the most valuable parts in all of Whitby because it's surrounded by parks. And I used to live Rutledge. This is my birth home. There's our pool. So this is where I spent all of my days as a kid. Right here in the upper left corner. Yeah. So yeah, this is kind of what rich person housing looks like in Toronto or in the suburbs. This is what everyone aspires to. Wow, these houses look amazing on Google Maps now. They used to look like blurry pieces of shit. With all these trees and this little ravine and the cool park that I've probably traveled 1.5 million times. Wow, it looks so nice and manicured. They must clean up the grass. But yeah. Just there's a cool fort here in these trees. And I fell down this cliff. You could right here. Hey, right there. So I was walking along here and the entire cliff, which you can see from space, gave out and I rolled down this entire hill, ending up in the stream down here. After I hit my head like 5 times, I couldn't feel anything anymore. And then I got up and I just walked home. But yeah, I guess this is where the whole cliff just went. The ground I was standing on shifted and I went with it like an avalanche. Oh man, that fucking hurt. So this path, yeah, then leads to the top of Rutledge, which is here. But anyways, that's where I was born. And my cottage, Sharbert Lake, I should be able to find it quickly right here. So this is where my cottage is, right there. There's a little island out front. This is still crap res, but I've waddled all throughout this swamp-infested wasteland. I've walked all of this. Actually, I've walked all the way up to here into this. But man, crossing this is hard. Every 2 inches is a fucking lake swamp. Yeah. Yeah. I would think so too there, Stone Age. But each brokerage can make up their own idea about things. It's interesting when Google decides to pick up a piece of the Earth. It's usually because something happened. They send out the satellites or they buy the chunk of Earth because nobody cares about Canada. So they just buy it when they need it. And so you get these weird chunks that are different years. Oh man. Whereas the US is got good satellites. So pretty much the whole thing is modern and sexy. These are old school houses. Yeah. Tell by all the smokestacks or chimneys. This is Vermont, Maine. St. Jean, Newfoundland. Newfoundland? New Brunswick. Okay. Yeah, oh, we might be getting a second wind. Maybe. But look at this volume. It's just poo. Oh well. So this is desolate. Nobody wants to live here. So you get good amounts of green space around your house. But then you have a lot of poverty, so then you have Yeah, concentrated housing. Yeah, this is very rural Canadian. A tree on every front lawn. This is, yeah, mass poor people housing. Let's go find a nice house. This is all crappy housing. Should be able to spot it from pools in the backyard. Oh, these might be good. Yep, here we go. So these are a little bit better. This is very rural. It's even got the crappy pavement that is all cracked up. Yeah, look at these houses. They're so small. Oh, it looks like we might be finally getting free. Fucking finally. Need a commitment on the volume though. Ooh, this house is classic. Oh, classic shit truck. This house is sizable. And you have the classic half-ass pavement. Ah, good times. Let's see if we can see into the property. Ranch style house. Oh man, this is cool. They really need to make a thing for Google Maps where you can just walk. This is the sort of stuff I love doing as a tourist. I just walk all these streets just to get a feel for the who lives where. Wow, is that a palm tree? No, okay. It was just poorly done. Ooh, this is a house on a hill. It's probably one of the original houses. Or this one. That's a rich person house. Cool. Same with this. You pay to be exclusive. So they probably own all the woods here, and then they build up a really nice house. Don't know what those are. Oh, could that be? And there's something going on in the woods. There's something here. Look like storage containers. Wood piles, maybe? But why would you have 6 of them? Neato. See, all these people have huge storage sheds. They got some big ticket items that they're trying to keep up. The hell's this? Water treatment? Actually, let's go to New York City. Now that you mention it, Elon. Okay, we're sideways, so New York City will be here. Not very good at positioning myself on such a weird angle. Here we go. Better. Yeah, let's go take a look. Wink. Sweet. It's not much to New York City. Or at least Manhattan Island. You can walk from here. I walked from here to here in like a few hours. Like, there's nothing to it. I could probably walk like right out to Connecticut. You know, probably that would take me a day? Yeah. Could have walked all Long Island. That would have been fun. But then you get into the middle of nowhere and it's just the same old. But look at how fucking close they are to each other. I can't do that. Densification, like even China doesn't put people this close. And throw a rock at each other. I can't do that. That's fucking cool. They're hiding houses in incredible forested. Ooh, I like that. Ooh, stealth. Look at that. That is fucking cool. They've just stuffed houses in the middle of, like, the woods. I wonder how expensive that is. I wouldn't mind living here. That's kind of cool. Gotta be filthy expensive, though, because everyone wants to live near New York. All right, so we're back to where we need to be. Good. How much time do we have left? 2 hours. So maybe we'll keep going. We just need a volume commitment. Yeah. Actually, let's do that. Okay, where's our nearest AMC? That's SMC. All right. Zoom, 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 zoom. That's Rhode Island. Let's go back to New York. Is there any AMCs in New York? Okay. There's one in the Village. They got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. Yeah, and there's everything's in Jersey because there's no friggin' room in New York. Okay, so they're inside this mega mall. Whatever this is. Mid-high density. Oh, that's the Goldman Sachs building. Oh, and there's the 9/11 memorial. Oh, I walked right by this. That's Jersey? Oh, I was walking in Jersey and I didn't even know. Oh. Oh yeah, there's the pier. Oh, I thought I was on Staten Island. Oh, I was in Jersey. Oh, okay. Yeah, Exchange Plaza. This is the stupid dock. And this is the yeah. Where's the memorial? Yeah, this is the pier. That's where you can buy alcohol here and drink it while waiting for the boat. It was very confusing. And then the Goldman Sachs building, as you're walking along here, it's a pretty nice looking building. Oh. Oh, and there's a clock? Is that right by the baseball field? Where's the baseball field? Oh, another 9/11 memorial. Hudson Co. There is, yeah, Rockefeller Park. Yeah. There's the playground, which has something in it. And this is Tribeca right around here. Yeah. So in this building right here, oh, there's the other Goldman Sachs building. Okay, maybe this is the one I'm thinking about. Then there should be an Irish famine memorial around here. And De Niro lives in one of these buildings right here. And Teardrop Park Yeah, so I walked all of this. Wish I could rotate, but I can't seem to do it with my mouse. Oh, here we go. Okay, this is the park, and there should be a statue of a kid hidden under these trees. Yeah. Right here is a statue about greed. Yeah. And this leads towards Battery Park. And then this is the missing Trade Center buildings. They're heavily guarded by police that you can probably see. There's a shrine to... that's cool. There's the Burger King shrine somewhere. Where is it? Burger King shrine, where are you? Stock's not going anywhere. I think that's it there. It got built into this structure I can't see. But essentially they used the Burger King as a command post, and so it became like a shrine. Yeah. So where are we in this? Okay. So then there's your 4 points, which I think is here or here. No, it should be, yeah, in Chinatown. This is 4 points. So this is where Gangs in New York plays out. Oh yeah, look at that. Sweet. 56. Oh, but what goes up quickly is going to go down quickly, but there's the breakout. So don't get your hopes up too high, but still a good sign. Yeah, I think that's 4 points. Yeah. That's where the Gangs in New York, they came down this road, if I recall correctly. Columbus Park. And I ate sushi. There's the Brooklyn Bridge, right? That's the Brooklyn Bridge. That's the other one, whatever the hell that's called. Manhattan Bridge. Okay, there's Brooklyn Bridge. So I ate sushi down here. Somewhere. Oh, here. That's it. In this area. Right here. I watched the New Year's fireworks are launched off the bridge. And so I found out, using Google Maps, I figured this would work. So we had sushi and then we just stood outside. And I've never seen so many fucking police in my life. This bottom part of the bridge here was like fortified. They locked down all of these. I guess they're afraid someone's going to blow the bridge. Or maybe tamper with the fireworks. They're horrible, concentrated, crappy housing that you never want to live in. Grammar school? No. And it's interesting that you can have such high density, and then you can have medium density right beside it. Like, there's still room for way more massive buildings, but even New York City doesn't have that much demand to take one of these buildings and turn it into a skyscraper. Yeah, interesting. Like, you could take any of these buildings and stop them from. Oh, look at that. But this is getting into Harlem. No, not Harlem. We're in Soho. Or NoHo. Yeah, we got Harlem's up here. That was, so if we look at these houses, this is, I don't know my New York too well. I've walked almost all of this, like almost every major street I walked up and down. It took me like 7 days. That's the UN. Yeah, I ran into that building accidentally because I was trying to find the Daily Show, which is on the other side, but I got my north and south fucked up. The Daily Show is in Hell's Kitchen, I think, or did... Yeah, I can't remember now. I was really fucked up north and south. There's the Central Park Zoo. I walked most of this. This is the classic. This was shown in John Wick, Parabellum, I think. Whenever he pauses all the people, the camera's looking this way. This is the underpass. We're actually here. There's more than probably. So the camera's looking that way, like this, if you remember that scene. And then there's other scenes where like people are waiting here. I can't remember what movie that is, but this is a very famous camera angle. Or maybe John Wick too. So, if we keep going, let us go to Harlem. So if you walk out of Central Park, which I did, got this weird ass thing here, and then you walk out here. There's not a lot of people in this photo. I wonder if they smoothed them out. I'm sure they have an algorithm that goes over the pathways, making them look nicer. Because I don't see a single human being on the roadways. They might even smooth out the cars. Where the hell is everyone? Yeah, that's not right. So probably what they're doing is they're taking composite photos, and if the car's not there, they use the one without the car. Yeah, like right there. There's a car caught in the action, half erased. Ghost cars right there. See that? That's kind of cool. Yeah, so that's what they're probably doing. They're probably using composites to try to annihilate cars on the road. Because New York City does not have this kind of empty streets at all. So anyways, even though it is Harlem, if you go down this road, this is where that stupid Westboro Baptist church is, I believe. It's this road. And there's like some super ass racist sign right there. And if you take a right, this is the very famous projects, I believe. And do not walk through here as a white person. You will be judged horribly and or threatened multiple times in the span of a couple 100 meters. It was not good. And then this part of New York City was being demolished when I was there. There was a huge sign up a block to the left. Huge sign about infestations of rats. An entire block was blocked off and they were blowing it up. So I don't know where that is. But that was somewhere over here. And then some guy at a street corner basically told me, you're not from around here and these streets are dangerous. And I'm like, all right, well, thanks for the heads up. And then, oh yeah, these are heavy duty projects as well. Where the hell is the Soul Food Kitchen? So where's the Apollo? The Apollo should be around here somewhere. Creepy. Another project, which is basically American for cooperative, which is social assistance housing. Harlem's Gadat. Yeah, I was trying to find this park and I never did. I got lost. What are you taking me for, Belts? I'm looking at the chart. There's nothing impressive. Remember that building. And there's a cool thing here. So this is the main road, I think. Or it could be this one. I think I'd recognize this. Yeah, it must be this one I went down. Okay, so Brooklyn is to the east, I believe. Queens. Navy Yard. Where's Brooklyn? South? Yeah, Brooklyn Bridge, so it must be south. Okay, so there's a Navy Yard. And then you are the Brooklyn Naval Yard. Where do I go from here? Or do I just search for that? I'll actually search this area. I'm glad we got a little bit of price action in the stock, but okay, so there's San Diego. Where they keep all the assault craft. That's the San Diego shipyards. And the one tree. God, living here is incredibly expensive. You can see by the quality of the houses. You know, New York City, as much as it's prestigious, it's very dirty concrete. Someone went full solar. But, you know, look at that backyard, right? Terracotta roof, solar, that's money. Where New York City is very grungy, old. Every day is garbage day. There's rats, it stinks like poo and puke. It's not great. Oh, Tijuana. It's a long way to Tijuana. Okay, so I'm looking for a Nazi base. All right, let's see here. Oh, Nazi bases. Shaped like airplanes. Oh, here it is. Sweet. Nazis. Do 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 do. So that's where you're currently. Oh, and you got a Chubway right beside your place. Congrats. Oh, that's an easy airstrike. You only got 2 roads in. You're pretty fucked in a combat scenario. But good thing you have medicinal marijuana right beside your base, you know? That's and you got this really awesome field. Like, look at the manicured turf. This is, oh wow, look at this. Spicy. Hey, okay. Yeah, that's not a great place. And this lake looks like a giant dong. I knew somebody actually from Canada that's bought a house near the tip of Baja, California. So down here. The houses are super cheap, and you still are in America, right? So you basically get Mexico without Mexico. It's a great retirement place, apparently. Although I don't know if you'd want to be on the side that gets hit by all the storms. But somewhere like here, and that's classic American desert, shrubland. Alright, I'm not going to find a city anytime soon, am I? Oh, here's one. Wow, that's non-existent. Just a camp with 10 people. But yeah, no, it's super cheap. Apparently no one wants to live here on this tip, I'm told. But that was about 10 years ago. He was retiring and yeah, he bought a bunch of land down here for like nothing. But yeah, if you find like a decent town that's more than a single house, that's seriously a town? It's just one house. Oh my god. Welcome to the town of me. 1,500 churches. You know you're in Spain when. And this is the cool industrial farming that the States does. Maybe other countries do, but you can see it a lot. So you have your little irrigation sprayer and it goes around in circles and it's pretty fucking cool. Yeah. LA? Bel Air. Alright, let's go to LA. Your home's to Bel Air. Now I have no idea where Bel Air is because I've never looked for it. So LA is on the left. It's in California. There it is. And then Bel Air, I think, is in the hills, right? So it's going to be along this. But where? Anaheim Hills. So we're going into another pennant shape here for those that are following along. So we're going to have another breakout. Oh, there's Bel Air. Damn. And there's Beverly Glen, Beverly Hills. Ah, cool. Okay, so there's Bel Air. So, yeah. Some nice houses. These are the original American mansions. Yeah. But it's like what I really like about these kind of houses is that they're spaced out enough, or there's enough crap between you and your neighbor so that it doesn't feel so bad when you're walking down the street. But it must be nice. Let's go take a look at somewhere down this road. We should be able to see into LA. Holy fuck, enough construction. I'd hate to know the fuel. God, they've built up these mountains like the Chinese. I'm sure the ground's a little overpronounced, but holy crap. One fucking earthquake? Who wants to live here? LA is on a fault line. You're on the side of a fucking mountain. This is a recipe for disaster. Oh my god. Or like a landslide, like one torrential rain, and they're gone. I'd hate. And look at the smog. The smog has color coded the buildings until you zoom in, and then this is all just concentrated crap housing, poverty, and then rich people again. Yeah. Oof. That's some nice ones down there. Ah, man. I would not want to live on Bel Air. That's kind of cool. So Bel Air basically straddles LA and what's this? Is this more LA? I don't know what this is. It doesn't have a name. I guess that's North and South LA. Santa Monica, that's a very popular place. It's interesting though that you can find concentrated garbage housing right beside really great housing. So, you have a super expensive popular area, and there's some nice condos and whatever. And then if I just randomly go to the right, then I'll have like garbage apartments, great apartment. It's kind of weird that you can have such shit housing beside such great housing. Oh, like here. These are probably fairly nice. Yeah. So you got some really nice detached, and then you start to get into probably some nasty mid-wealth to low-wealth concentrated. Oh yeah, these are all going to be nice right against the golf course. Oh, there's a good one. Let's go take a look at that one. I played a lot of SimCity, so oh man. And look at those nice old trees. Ish. Well, they look old, but the tops look funny. Maybe they don't get enough water here? Yeah, and the roads are decent, but not great. Ah, when was this taken? That's an old vehicle. There's racial tension in AMC. And LA was built when they did grids. And this kind of is garbage. You do not want to ever design a city like that. It is the world's worst for traffic. Yeah. Also having a freeway that goes. That's awesome. That is cool. You can see the little signs. I like the fact that they try to get rid of all the cars. Because sure as shit, this is completely full of cars. 100%, right? Wow, look at their fucking road. Oh, that's seen better days. And the pollution that this must have. So this is people commuting to the downtown, right? From probably this is a suburb. What is this called? San Fernando. So then that's your huge road the 5 interstate. Then once it gets out of the city, it's a lot better. But coming into the city, it's going to pick up. And this is probably before they started doing the, yeah. See, there's a change in the color. Is that the state lines? That's probably a state line. Or like a dividing line between towns. Wow, look at the cliff size. Those are some steep hills. Cool. Yeah. Ooh, that's pretty cool here. There's like a huge ass ditch. The Google car. Let's see over here. Get out of my way, stupid truck. Ah, my God, you're following me. Or I'm following you. Okay, there we go. Yeah, nice. But see, this kind of countryside doesn't really interest me. I like this. It's kind of nice. This is a water reservoir. Looks like it. And this is the dam that provides the water for the town. Go take a look. No, that's private territory. I gotta be able to take a look somewhere. Okay. Yeah. Is what the grapevine? This is Vagardo Beach, West Folk Church Gulch, Spanish Point. No trespassing. Very American view. Desolate wasteland. Yeah, Water Resource Department. Makes sense. And giant parking lots are very American. Like, why do you need that much fucking parking? But why not just pave everything? So then I'm guessing the pipe goes under this service road. That really has seen better days. Holy shit. Holy crap. That road is fucked. Let's go. That's a long road. Then we get into rich houses. But yeah, this is way too dense for me. This must have been old. Camera quality is garbage. Where are we? So we were looking at a water reservoir. Completely lost now. So we were looking at Bel Air, which was on the cliff, which is here. And then I went north on this major road here into Oblivion. So I was going into Santa Clarita. But I stopped and there was a giant reservoir near the road. So Castatic Lake and Lake Piru. Somewhere around here. Los Angeles Zoo. I don't know where I was, but I know I was following this. No. But that's the key. If you're ever trying to do any type of military map jazz, always position yourself off major roads that you can see from space, or position yourself off of north, and then you can just start snapping around. But of course, this thing, when I zoom in, it keeps rotating me, so I have no friggin' idea where I was. So we broke down on the pennant shape, but we're still doing okay. So we basically had a surge because people are realizing that, we're value. But then you look at the volume, it's just meh. And then we'll have another surge at some other point, or maybe a whole day of surge tomorrow, or right near close. Yeah. Just a whole lot of meh. Oh yeah, there's your naval base, and that's the dead fish lake. And this is Califania. Wow, this is a middle of nowhere, nobody gives a crap town. Let's take a look at this. Wow, this is, and so close to, a huge major city. And then you just have this, like, I don't know why anybody would live in a crazy dense American city when you could just live 10 meters away and live in something cool. I mean, I guess this is Toledo. I can't really read from where I'm sitting on the couch. That's Mexicali. Yeah, cool. North. There we go. Getting all spun around. I don't know. Like, see, the problem with Canada, right, is if you don't live in a major city, it's basically desolate wasteland. So Toronto's not a good example, but let's say where I lived, which used to be the suburbs, Whitby. So as soon as you go outside, it's literally desolate wasteland. Like one house, 5 houses. Now these are getting built up because Toronto's overcrowded, but let's go to more rural Kingston. Okay, here's Kingston. A handful of houses, right? And let's go north. And handful of houses. And okay, 10 houses, 20 houses, 5 houses. And that's going to be the last of it. And you're looking at nothing, right? So it's like if you go up here, this is probably the next most populated 30 houses, 50 houses. So that's the problem with Canada. It's like, and the distance between here and here, this is 200 kilometers or so between Ottawa and Kingston. So it's quite a lot of distance. Where in the States, it's like, okay, Iowa City, there's a fuck ton of people. And then I just go 20 kilometers. Okay, nothing. Let's see, this is 2 kilometers, 10 kilometers. There's a bunch of people. Go another couple kilometers to the left, and boom, another giant city. Like, you're never really far from some giant ass large amount of people for the most part. Where Canada's so underpopulated, you can drive for like 4 hours before you hit another air quote major city. Yeah. I'm sure Europe has some of that too in some places, but Europe's very small. Like all of England, this United Kingdom, easily fits in Ontario if you look at the scale size, right? Like I can fit all of France, Spain, Ireland, just shove it all in. And I've walked pretty much everything you see in this grid here. I've walked almost every surface here. Almost. There's a few roads I haven't been down. And that's 38 kilometers wide. And that's bigger than some countries. Like, Ireland is 100 kilometers wide here. Ish. So I've walked pretty much from here to here in Ireland is the size of Ottawa. So I could walk Dublin. Dublin is only 20 kilometers, 10 kilometers. So it's not that big, 15 kilometers? I walk 15 kilometers just to get to a grocery store. It's like, that's an entire city. Oh, Canada's so fucking big and shitty. Oh well. And then you can get even worse. Newfoundland, like no one wants to live there. Wow, Canada Post. So your nearest town is Paradise River. That's like 50 kilometers away. And then your main city is where? Labrador City. So that's over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, probably 700 kilometers from here to here. Fucking ridiculous. Alright, it's good to see we've recovered. We're getting 30 minutes to sour hour. Yeah. No, we're just a lot of wasted space. The UK is highly populated. Like every inch is well built up. So if we scroll through London and we just scroll into the countryside, you're going to have nothing but, see, densification, densification. If I just keep scrolling, I don't even have to be selective. See, it's all built up, built up. Everything is used, just like Japan. But that's how island countries work. So here's your farmland, Catmore, but you'll still find, build up. Plus, we're looking at 200 meters here. If I zoom out to Canada levels, this is about 15 kilometers right here. So this is like the distance I routinely walk between here and here. Yeah. But that's the big problem. Like in Japan, you're like, if you zoom in, this is measuring in the tens of meters. Everything's so tiny. So if I set the scale to 1 kilometer down in the corner here, you can walk outside of like an entire town. So 15 kilometers would be like this, right? So if we compare with the UK, that was like 2 villages. In this case, I'm walking through like an entire city, small city. And if you go to, is this Tokyo? If you go to Tokyo, it's even worse. So 15 kilometers is basically here to here. So me walking to a grocery store, I'm walking past almost a population of Canada, right? It's like you have to. The scale really fucks you up when you travel. And Africa's even worse. I don't have much experience with it, but like Sierra Leone in Freetown. So this is 200 meters. This is so 15 kilometers would be out to here. But then when we zoom out, it's absolutely microscopic. So 15 kilometers is barely even visible on like the map. Like Africa is fucking big. Like this has got to be incredible distances. It's like walking from Portugal to the middle of Russia that no one cares about. Russia basically ends just outside of Moscow, at least when it comes to densification. Most of it is at the European border, as far as I remember. You might be able to see it on a map. Yeah, I think most of the densification is here. Then you have Moscow, and then you have densification down here against the Ukraine. But pretty much all up here is wasteland, like Canada. All of this is wasteland. Yeah, and then you have a buildup with the former Soviet satellites. And that's due to trade, as far as I remember, of Russia. Yeah, it's a small world after all. I mean, you think it's so big, but I can zoom in on any spot in the world. I just need to know where to look, right? Hey, let's go look at another crazy flashpoint. I don't think I've zoomed into Mogadishu. Where's Mogadishu? It should be right here. Yeah. All right. So there's the airport. How close can we get? Oh, we can get pretty damn close. Oh, it's getting better. Some structured housing. Some roads. Now, where's the market? There's the Radani district. Or the market. Is this the market? Nope. That's the supermarket. It's just one of them. I know Mogadishu from this direction. Where is the market? I can go visit your place. Just give me 1 second. Did that just say Apple? An Apple store? Or someone just using the name? There's a port of Mogadishu. The market. It's bad housing. That's like your favelas, the very now popular Brazilian mass poverty housing. Yeah. Should be a giant open air market. And then that's where you ballpark the whole Black Hawk down. And I don't know where the market is. It's one of the main roads. It really should be somewhere here. Because there's the port. This is the merging of the roads. And then this is the airport. But I don't see it. Anyways, let us go somewhere else. I think people live, breathe, and have their entire existence here. Wow, the border of Rwanda is really close. Is that Rwanda? No, that's just different provinces in Somalia. Okay. I was gonna say. Na. Did it just take me back to... Yeah, it did. Alright, so here we are in Sweden. Yeah, very Swedish style houses. The little classic, like almost stereotypical, every kid draws a house like this house. Yeah. Where, see, in the West, we tend to have one story, but wider. This is kind of cute. But this might be multifamily. This one is for sure. Yeah. You can tell by the smokestacks. Alright, let's take a look at the neighborhood. Let's go up. How do I get up? Okay, here we go. So, not bad. Borders train tracks. No. Bicycle path? There's some type of path behind the buildings. It looks like bicycle. Right, where are we in the world? Okay, we are to... Oh, we're in here. We're in the deep part of the Gulf of whatever. Not bad. There's a lot of conflict in this area back in the day. There should be a capital around here. There's Stockholm, which is the historical capital too. A lot of conflict on this coast in early settlers. And there's an important city somewhere around here. Oxvale? This one? Or this one? Yeah. Where there used to be some king, and he got his ass handed to him somewhere in this area here. During like the medieval era. Okay, not a bad. So this is definitely really built around the train, and which makes sense since there's heavy use of the sea, right, for fisheries and all this. So then the most historic buildings will be right along the water. So this is new. So let's bring it to where the water line stops. So here. So let's see where the first settlers set up their shit. If this city is old. Nope. Maybe here. Those might be old. That's all looking kind of old. So here-ish. So here. So just where the water bend curves. So this looks decently old. I like the curved roads. I do like the amount of greenery and the spacing. Like this is really nice. You have low traffic. It's not car dominated. Like not like the States. You have roads, but they're not, fucking giant ass freeways. Everything's nice and close too. We're looking at 50 meters to get anywhere. So if I zoom out, this town to 4 kilometers wide by 2, 4, 6, 8 kilometers high. So I can walk from here down outside of the city to the top of the city in about an hour. And I could walk this whole town in probably 8, 10 hours. It's small. Kind of cute. Quaint little town with little quaintness. But like, where the hell is your grocery stores and shopping centers? That's a cemetery? It's a camp. Okay, so that's camp on lots. Okay. Let's find food. So is this commercial? But there's no parking. It looks industrial. Industrial. Shipping and receiving. Office. That's a warehouse. This here is an outlet. Yeah, a warehouse. Okay. This is food. Probably a restaurant. Let's see. Yes, it's all. I was right. I think. So, gas station? No. Yes. That looks like a gas station. It is a gas station. Which also rents trailers? Interesting. Yeah. It's good to see gas stations look the same in every country. Okay, and that's a car washing station, maybe? Or air? This looks like small town Canada. But it's definitely not car driven. The roads are fucking tiny. And is that a bus? You even have a bus system in such a small fucking place? Man, you could just walk this. Why would you need a bus? Just like, I could walk from here to here. Anywhere. You don't need buses. Unless it's an intercity bus, maybe. That takes you to like wherever this place is. But you don't need a bus, and that's tiny. Super tiny. People like burning down your city. 10 minutes to power hour or sour hour. Let's see if we get concentrated housing. The hell's this? Is this a park? This is some weird ass fucking housing. With weird ass car park. Oh my god, yeah, this is like Poorsville. Ugh. Let's stay out of here. I don't know what that is, but I don't like it. It's nasty. Same with this. Oh yeah, Project Zam. Nope, that's not a project. They're like planned neighborhoods, but bad. See, this is nice. But I think that's actually where you. Yeah, I was gonna say it's near where you listed your place as. Yeah, that's pretty good. End of a street. Nice little park here. But to think someone occupies this part of the world, eh? And I'm right here. Like as we speak, I'm broadcasting my voice from right here. So if I zoom out, keeping my finger on it, that's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. But yeah, again, sense of scale, right? So there's Ottawa, and at the bottom here is the 10-kilometer mark. So this is 38 kilometers from here to here. But so I'm here, and if I was to go anywhere, the nearest grocery store is here, and that's 5 kilometers here. And then basically you're looking at 15 kilometers to get anything important. And since there's no straight line, even like here's a shopping center, here's IKEA. Speaking of Sweden, yeah, there's nothing. Like that's the closest thing. There's a mall here, but that's just one building, right? And then the next one is here. So you're looking at an incredible distance to get to the shopping, which all of our shopping tends to be on a single street, surrounded by residential. These are older neighborhoods. These are newer neighborhoods, which you can tell the difference in shape. This is like the 90s, and then this is old 80s, 70s, and then even older. This is 1800s kind of structure, right? Squares. And then this is new stuff as well. And then this is really new right here. This is the 90s. You can see the wiggly streets, which they thought was good for traffic calming. And then they realized it increases garbage collection costs by like $1 million because the truck has to drive in, drive around, drive out, drive in, drive out. So it's just stupid. So newer stuff is a little bit more a mix. It's kind of a square. So you stop people from driving down your street, but at the same point, it's easy for garbage collection. So kind of like, oh, look at that. That is just puke. Absolute puke. I cannot, Garbage, garbage, garbage. That's what you do with poor people. Cram them in. And then richer people are here. So even then, they're closer. They should be somewhere around here. Yeah, there's a little bit more space, but not by much. But that's because the cost of housing is so high. If you get into a more rural area, these are big houses, but no yard to cut on costs. If you go to an older neighborhood, here. So this is a rural neighborhood. So you got yards. It's what rural Canada looks like for the most part. Kind of dusty. Or I should say rural Ontario. Just have like it looks a lot like this everywhere. Yeah, you got like a lot of, the seasons changed here. Let me go back to where it was spring. Here we go. But yeah, you have a lot of just sidewalk, grass, tree. You can even smell the air actually in this photo. But yeah, this is what it looks like. And then in the fall, it looks like Siberia or any photos you ever see of Russia / Chernobyl, Ukraine. That's what Canada looks like in the fall. Like, oh man. Looks like a wasteland. Oh yeah. Now, Canada's all trees. You can see from this photo. Like even Toronto, which is probably here, you can see there's huge swaths of green, right? Whereas if you go to an American city, let's say like New York, it's like wall to wall concrete as far as the eye can see. Like, see that? Not a fucking Oh, there's some parks. You know, they got smart and they got some cool giant parks, but that's a lot of concrete. Yeah. Although I do like those houses that are hiding under the trees. That's pretty fucking cool. Established American cities before they knew that trees were a good idea. It's see, that's just wall to wall to wall to wall to wall. Like that's just asking for crime, pollution, road noise. Like, oof. I couldn't live in that. That's just too much for me. Maybe I'm gonna go to Sweden. I kind of like the structure of the cities here. Let's look at another one. Okay, we're hitting sour hour. So this one you can tell is built around the port, or whatever the hell this is. Oof, the optical quality is bad on this one. Got like lens flare or aberration, chroma aberration. The highlighting color. Guess nobody cares about whatever this place is called. Oh, oh, there's Scalvad. I think I've heard of this place. Yeah, I've heard of this place. Small though. Let's go live in the woods. Wow, still a lot of people in the middle of nowhere. It's kind of cool. Got all these little tiny. Yeah, see, that's very Canadian. If you go to really rural parts of Canada, it's just a four corners and farms. But our farms are done like grids, where this is more like what I think the UK does, where you have a house and the farm behind you kind of deal, or your house and your land. Where in Canada, it's let's go farmland, Ontario is here. Kalahar. Okay, so you can see the farms here. They're cutting down all the trees. Yarker. Okay, so here's like a Canadian farm. So this is so they're like this to some extent. Or this, there's a field, 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 field. It's generally not behind the house. It's squares. You know, one farm, and this is all their fields. They're usually big farms. Where's my grandpa's farm? I could show you that. Yarker, Tamworth, Carrollton, Verona, Black Rock, Chippewa. Okay, so my grandpa's farm is actually visible from space. And so it's here. He owns basically this huge chunk here. So that's his farmhouse here. So two generations of my family grew up here. And then this is all his fields here, here, all the way to the train tracks. He built a little Kellyville Road that's named after us. He built two houses and he rents them out. These are all his fields. And then this is my parents' place. No, it's right here. They built a house. And then all of this wooded lot, these lakes, this is all my private grounds, if you will. And my grandpa owns this field as well here. So that's 900 acres. But that's kind of how Canadian farms are. They're just, there's a house and then all the fields are around it. But they're not like directly into the back like you see in Europe. Yeah. So the farm's like here, and then this is all the fields. Yeah. Anyways, just a different way of doing things. I don't know which way is the right way. All right, so we're in sour hour, and it's another indecision pennant. Deadsville. Oh, but I hope I don't have a meeting today. Do I have a meeting today? Nope. Good. Thought I was missing a meeting. Oh, standard of living where? In Sweden or Canada? Canada's garbage standard of living, like in the sense that it's quite high for what you get. I almost want to go live in like, holy fuck, that has more people. The middle of nowhere, Alaska has that many fucking people. Ugh, Canada's so desolate. We got 1/100th the population of the United States. So it's, and almost all of Canada's population lives within 10 kilometers of this line. I think 100 kilometers of this line is 90% of Canada's population. So less than the distance of my cursor, right, following this line, is all of Canada's population. Yeah. But realistically, Canada did own down to Ohio, most of Wisconsin, Minnesota. Then the Spaniards owned this. And we also get the up to about New York, I think, somewhere around that. It's because in the War of 1812, basically the British were winning, if you consider it winning. They're financially broke, but militarily they're winning. And then this line got decided because it was like they kind of pulled back, accepted a kind of a line, and then they kind of said, what was the other part? Because this is all kind of loyalist friendly territory, it gives you a bit of a buffer as well between the more angry colonies and then the supportive colonies. And this is why you also have more Canadian politeness along this area and more democratic views in this area versus the Bible Belt and whatever the hell happened with the when the West expanded. You get questionable mentalities out here, at least by my standards. Yeah. And then California is heavily influenced from trade, and they developed just kind of like the East did. Whereas I don't know what goes on in the middle of the United States. That is a questionable thing. So it looks like we're breaking down. Oh, well, at least we got some lift today. That's good. Not a lot though, but whatever. Every day's not going to be a green day. Could make a railroad along this. Why haven't they tried to do that? Although it'd be much easier to just do a railroad here. They really should do that. Just get it done. Wow, that's a lot of houses within 10 inches of each other. To think somebody stands here at some time during the day, they go out and they stand right here and they look into the abyss. It's crazy to think there's humans on a lot of these places. It's the whales that no one wants to visit. Oh man. Like, did anyone ever go to this beach? It's crazy. That reminds me when I was in Australia, I was standing at Townsville, which is up Rockhampton, Townsville. So this was an important military base, and they have a thing to it down here. Yeah. And they basically, the Battle of the Coral Sea was basically just outside their backyard right here. Yeah. And so, and there's New Caledonia, And this is where America basically started punching the Japanese. But that's how close the Japanese were. Like, they were right here. So anyways, they have a thing to that in Townsville. Oh my god, I lost it. There's McKay, Townsville. But you can stand at this one area and they tell you how far you are to America and all that. And so I'm standing like almost on the other side of the world, looking across the Coral Sea to basically Canada. Like insane fucking distance, right? To the United States. It's something. It's something to stare out to a sea, and that's something most Canadians don't experience because we're mostly land, right? The idea that you can just stare off into a body of water that will go into infinity. Yeah, we're not along a coast, most of us, so it's an interesting experience. We get the Great Lakes, but the rest of it is all just land, 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 till you get to Vancouver, which is overrun by Chinese and rich Canadians. Vancouver is like gone to the Chinese nowadays. I can zoom in and I bet you I find something that's Chinese. Let's see. Well, and by Chinese I mean Taiwan, China, Shinto culture. Not exactly Chinese. They could be from Mongolia, as long as it's the mentality and the culture versus the exact location where they're from. Let's see. Just zoom in somewhere. Damn it. Where am I? I don't know Vancouver that well. Okay, so Lucky Donuts, a bakery, cheesecake, that's very Western. Sushi, that's Western. Western. East Indian. Train yards. I might be in the wrong part of town, but usually you can just zoom in and it's just like Chinese food, or Chinese named food. Like it's obviously they gotta cater to the Western people as well. Coffee, cocktail lounge, bistro. I must be in the wrong place. Oh, Pigeon, Blarney Stone, Gringo. Yeah, Vancouver is one of the finest Canadian cities. It's very like look at that. Like that's how a Canadian city should be. Absolutely beautiful. Everything's nice, clean, close to each other, very foot centric, very Europe kind of setup, but with all the niceness that is Canada. Like, I love it. Cars can't even get in there. But yeah, good luck affording to live there, though. Yeah. Anyways, maybe it's supposed to be North Vancouver. Coffee, Starbucks, Tim Hortons, A&W. No. Wow, I usually never have this much trouble finding something Chinese. That maybe it's just not showing up on the searchy search. Oh, what the hell's going on with this road? That's cool. And see, Vancouver's all high tech, so you can use augmented reality to find things. But look at the green and the sidewalks are nice. The roads are tiny. Oh, good old Probably littering, full of tattoos. Yeah, that's very Vancouver for you. Yeah, tiny roads. Still North America with unlimited cars. But yeah, anyways, I gotta visit Vancouver sometime. All right, so we're just chilling like a villain. No, I haven't ever been to Europe. I've avoided it just because it it if I'm gonna do it, I'll just like fly to one city and then walk all of Europe. I'll need some time to do it. There we go. Yeah. I'd probably like just fly into whatever country's cheap. I could probably walk from Spain to outside of Spain. That's only like 200 kilometers. It'd take me a while, but everything's really close together. I just walk and walk and walk and walk. Or just land in Madrid, and which is here. That's the new capital. And then just walk every like inch of, whatever. But there's not much that interests me. Like, Madrid's cool, but okay, there's 5 kilometers of what people living, right? Like, there's not too much. It'd be nice to see, but the cost of flying out of Canada is incredibly expensive. It cost me like $2,000 to fly to Spain, whereas and then the cost of Europe is super expensive, where I could fly for $2,000 to Japan, and then from Japan to China for like $100, and I could spend like a year in here for the same cost as Europe. Now go check out Laos. Go get bit by a mosquito with malaria. Just waddle the rice fields. Yeah. Yeah, I can walk about 24, 25 kilometers a day. Um, I could probably do that for about 5 days until my feet fall off. It's America. America. I did not know there was a place called America. Yeah, there's a Palazzo. I think is what these are called. No, Plaza. Palazzo might be Italian. Um, but yeah, I say like this is just where people live, right, and work. There's nothing really to draw me. Like I do like seeing how people live and work, but Spanish culture is not up there in my care zone. Just like Portuguese culture, not that great. United Kingdom, seeing London would be good. The pubs, the atmosphere, the historical. Battersea Park is famous. That would be nice. Madrid, meh. Germany, the Hurt-Gen Forest, all the battlefields, and then you have incredible history in Hamburg, Frankfurt, Nuremberg, Stuttgart. Like incredible, incredible history here. But you know, once you see one, you're probably going to see them all. So I could just do like Berlin and one other city, um, or just waddle into the countryside and try not to step on some landmines. Because Europe's fairly small, so I could walk from Stuttgart to wherever, Leonberg. Oh, what's that? That's only like 10 kilometers. 2, 4, 6, 8. Yeah, it's about 15 kilometers. Like, I could just walk. I'll go to the Porsche Museum and just keep walking down this road. Visit wherever this is. Yeah. Walk into Switzerland. Yeah, let's see here. Measure distance. And then let's say if I wanted to walk from there to Zurich. What are we looking at? I can't read that. Is that 14 or 114? 160 kilometers. That would take me a few days. Bit of distance. But, you know, that would be worth it. Just, or even, yeah, like just, there's 192 kilometers. So that'd take me about 10 days. So just start, walk from one place and then go to another. Now, Munich would be nice to see. A lot of history there, too. And same with St. Petersburg, the city of betrayal, which is somewhere around here. Yeah, there it is. That's got a lot of history, a lot of dead people. And yeah. But yeah, it'd just be nice to, just waddle around, just get a feel for the atmosphere and the people. I could probably go to St. Petersburg and then take some form of transportation to Finland. And then go visit. That's Lapiana. Oh, neat. That's a famous place. Yeah. And there's a lot of trouble because of the border between Russia, which is probably what this is all about. Yeah, it is. That's which way are they coming? There's the Russians. Yeah, that's the Russians, and that's the Finnish. Yeah. Oh yeah, C notes, yeah, or canotes, or however you pronounce it. Yeah, yeah. I could live in Japan for the rest of my life. Um, it's just the air quality is it's not as bad as China, but it is pretty brutal. But I could see myself being like a hermit, just right here. I'll build a house and I'll live on this side of this hill. I don't care. And the climate is so fucking mild. It's so ridiculous. Like the Japanese are freezing when it's 2 degrees Celsius. I mean, it's like fucking -40 in Canada and +40 a month later. It's like I could handle 2 degrees. It's not even cold. Yeah. I wouldn't mind going to Rome. That would be interesting. A, because it's touristy, but just to be able to, walk the same roads that millions of years of history, or at least hundreds of thousands of years. No, when did Canadians? When did first Europeans would have probably been tens of thousands, and then recorded history is only like 6,000 years in China. 100,000 would put us back into Neanderthals. But they found like Neanderthal or Neolithic, I think, Italy, France, the UK. So, and I think that's like 100,000 years ago. Neolithic. I'm not sure. This is not my forte. I'm just wasting time where this stock does nothing. Yeah. Go visit Georgia and the flashpoint of where are the Chechens? They should be in this. Are the Chechens a people that are in Georgia, maybe? Russia really likes the smackdown. That Sochi the Olympic place? I think it is. Which would make sense because it's Russia reasserting its ownership over the nearby satellite states that it doesn't like. Just like Turkey dealt with Ameria. Unfortunately. Stratoiv. That's the... Find some old battlefields. Kursk. Kind of hard to do there. It'd be easier if it was 2D mode. Make the world flat again. Okay, so... Find me the river, which is one's here. Gravoy. Seems too far over. Should be a closer river here. Really hard to see. Although Germans never made it to Moscow. They made it within 100 kilometers, I think. But they did pretty good in the bottom here. Maybe it's this, Lukansk, the river. They got stopped at. Don't recognize any of these places though. Oh, actually, maybe it's... Oh, yeah, it's in Belarus. Right. Yeah, so it's Minsk. Right. Which was owned by Russia at the time. So Minsk was a big one. That's where the Germans were operating out of. And then the river would be likely the border here. Oh, there's Mogilev. There, that's it. This is the river right here. So that's a famous city that got liberated on the way to Minsk. Oshwa, or Oshwa. Yeah. So yeah, I could go to Belarus and check out the local countryside. Yeah, Kursk was a big one, but that's the, I think, Barbarossa, and then you have your Stalingrad and your Volga River, Volta River, the Volga River. That should be somewhere around here. Don't know my Russia too well. I don't know if Volgograd is Stalingrad and it got renamed, or it's vice versa. Dartov, Lechny. Yeah. Oh, okay, so the right-hand corner of Georgia is where the Chechen rebels are given. Oh, is it this thing here? This little highlighted area, maybe? Or maybe in the mountains? The only reason I know this area is because one of my games has this whole area simulated, and I fly the KH-50 into this area a lot to deal with the Chechens. The missions are... These mountains are a pain in the ass because helicopters can't go up that high, and you're flying from bases in the northern part of Georgia, and you're going after down here, which is got baddies or whatever. But yeah, I've spent a lot of time in this area here. But this stuff is so mountainous that it's like, it's great for helicopters, but you have to position yourself, and there's all these fucking mountains with trees, so you can just get hit with anti-air. If you get out here, it's nice and flat. This is great country for tanks and airplanes. But yeah, once you get into here, it gets hella dangerous. Like every nook and cranny could have a shoulder-launched missile, and you're going to get a half a millisecond of warning, and you're toast. Yeah. And that's the way it goes. Oh yeah, Poly. Or Poly. Oh yeah, that's a built-up city. Yep. Yeah, the Black Sea is an interesting part of the world. And Moldova. That had a Ludicrous. That would be nice to see. And Macedonia and Greece. Montenegro. I could skip Serbia. It's like, well, Serbia the country, not the place. But Sarajevo's got tons of history. But, you know, when you get down to the nitty-gritty, it's a lot of the same. But it'd be nice to see the people, the culture, the food. Yeah, if you don't go for the history, at least go for the modern day. Yeah. And of course, this is a cheaper part of Europe, right? Yeah. Yeah. Well, this is your Slavic states, right? So the steppe people got pushed out by the Mongolians, and then they came in and founded like Romania, Bulgaria, all of this. The Greece Macedonians pushed them to where they are, and then you have the steppe people and the Mongolians making a mess over here, and then that forms your modern Russian and your modern Slavics. Whereas these guys are Persian Greek from Greece's conquests and Club Perge with their massive Persian army of the time. Yeah. Strangely, though, Pakistan and Afghanistan are not Indians. Even though India did have the Termeliquids, India kind of did not really go this way a lot. India basically spent all their time here and didn't really go anywhere. But I guess, you know, when you're facing a inhospitable shit desert, I guess you just kind of stop there, right? Then you have the huge mountains. You're not going over those. So then you could go into the jungles. But then also same thing. It's like, well, why? This is so much better. So I guess that's why they didn't really go that far. Saudi Arabia is a modern country. This is all pretty much wasteland. There's lots of history here as well, but essentially it's sparsely populated. Just like Mongolia is sparsely populated. I zoom into the middle of nowhere. Gonna have nothing. All right, we're in the last 30 minutes now. We're just cricking along here. Okay, let's go look at this place. Oh, that's not what I want to do. All right, let's fly around here. Ooh. We're at the corner of Slovenia. Or are we in Croatia? Nope, Slovenia. So this is very touristy. Built up. Nice houses. Yeah, not bad. evidently the richer part of Slovenia. If we go to a more rural, not very dense, there's very industrial tourism boats. Yeah, that's actually Italy. But I mean, that's so close together. That's less than 15 kilometers. Measure that. So if I was to swim this, that's what, 20 kilometers? Not helpful. Oh, that's so hard to read. That's 30 kilometers. So that's basically the distance of Ottawa. Is this. So I could walk from here. I could probably walk all the way over here in 2 days. That's kind of cool. It's tiny. Yeah. Whereas this is a little bit bigger. But then again, the Romans did walk all of this, you know. These are all old Roman towns. And then they pushed up through here. Then they fought the German tribes in the forests, and the German tribes kicked them in the ass. So then they just kind of expanded this way versus this way. A lot of history here. Unfortunate civil war. Oh, is this border still disputed between Kosovo and Serbia? Still? Damn. I figure you could just get over that. Like, okay, we settled the conflict. You can have your chunk of land and let's just move on. And then do like Germany's doing, just economically crush your opponents. You don't need to invade them. You just break them at the knee. Control the economy. But Germany is like the economic powerhouse of Europe. France is catching up though. Apparently they're getting really good with manufacturing. Their GDP is starting to really take off. Last time I checked. These are famous French holding against the Italians in World War I. Had French mountain divisions all up in here. Look at how built up this is. Crazy. Some of these places must be hundreds of years old. Some of the buildings in here. Think like how colonized Europe is, eh? So much build up. Germany is not so bad. France is pretty bad because it's so old. These buildings. Lemans. Yeah, you do have French countryside because obviously they got to feed themselves. But you got towns every 2 inches in France. And they're like 4 houses, 5 houses. But that's kind of France for you. They like to name everything. That's why they're one of the most sophisticated languages in the sense of like academia. It's all plotted out and defined and codified. It's like, oh, it's nice and all, but man, who the hell cares? Like, you don't need a gender for everything or based on which way you're talking to. But it's kind of the mentality, I guess, of the Napoleon era. Yeah, this looks cool. Da, da. That's a shipping and receiving port. Yeah. And you can see there's a trade route to Montenegro. No, that is Croatia. Croatia owns this. No, this looks like a breakaway state of Baskia. Is that even a real country? Okay, it's Herzegovina. So that's Serbia. And give me Bosnia and Herzegovina. Okay. Then what's this? This Croatia? Oh, it's Croatia. Okay. So this is a province in Croatia. Oh, neat. Yeah. This whole chestnut. Albania's tiny. Montenegro. Bulgaria's quite big for the land it holds. Oh, let's find the historical town of. While we're waiting for this to do nothing. The historical town of Troy should be along this coast. Be here. This. All Persian. The Greeks didn't really make it farther than Cyprus. But pretty much the known world ends here. And the Persians were coming up through here. Then they launched from here to here. So this is the bottom. Should be somewhere around here. Constantinople, Istanbul. Yeah, it should be here. That's olives or dates. Hard to tell. Definitely some type of tree. Could be palm oil. Don't look like it's palms though. I'm guessing olives or dates. Or just to take a stab in the dark. Don't see any large walls. Oh, actually, let's go to Moscow. See if I can find the old fort. And Moscow's easy to spot from space. There's just this big concrete bullseye. Now, where is the fort? The fort is the southwest quadrant of Moscow. Down here. Guarding the riverway. Okay, going down. There's the river. Yeah, I'm hoping we get a liftoff before close. Yeah, the Russians really like the super thin houses. They make them long and thin. When they're not doing the Soviet style blocks. They really have a thing for the ultra thin houses. Yeah. Don't know why. That would be something I should buy a book on, Russian architecture. That would actually probably be fascinating. Oof, I like the... And then they had something here and they demolished it. I think there's unbuilt land around Moscow. Damn. Well, that's kind of cool. This looks like concentrated housing. Oh, poor people housing, maybe. Russian Post. You'll get your mail sometime. Oh man, Russia Post is really bad. I don't know about the rest of the Slavic states, but some of the horror stories I've heard about Russian mail. Where is this fort? Oh, this looks like a richer part of town. Yeah, looking nice. Just a suburb of Moscow, makes sense. Moscow proper should be within this ring road. The first ring road. Where is their fort? Really should be easy to spot. Maybe they destroyed it? There's a covenant. Well, they're obviously hurting for money in Russia. Because if I recall correctly, Moscow has a big star fort guarding the river. It's pretty impressive. Shipping and receiving. Maybe it's further down. But you think it'd be close to the core. Because then, what is it defending? Oh boy. Yeah, there's some nice countryside. Not too far from, you're about 500 meters from Russia, or from, sorry, 5 kilometers. Moscow's tiny, holy crap. Moscow's less than 10 kilometers wide. I didn't realize it was so tiny. Kind of makes sense, it's in the middle of fucking nowhere. It's sprawly, like, but even then, yeah, it's less than 20 kilometers wide. Did not realize it was that small. It looks small now that you take a look at it. So, we got 10 minutes left. Are we going to get a boost? We got... Yeah, it's really slow. Like, that was only 7,000. Nothing to write home about. Excuse me. This looks old. There's a star. And these might all be old buildings, which makes this close to the downtown core, which means fort. Really hard to find fort. Oh, there's a classic park. Oh, there was a river here and they just completely fucked it. Why even keep this? Just fill it in. Evidently you don't care about your river. The Mosca River? Movaska? Okay. Yeah. Very nice forest. Go. Ground level in Russia. This kind of looks like Ontario. A little bit. Till I start seeing the, Soviet concrete. And the Chinese style or Soviet style massive highways. They're so wide. The Chinese really learned from the Soviets. Soviets loved their big ass roads. Yeah. That is an expensive vehicle. Damn. See. The rest of the vehicles here have been blurred out. Yeah, this is, I like that the buildings are far away from each other. Yeah, you got roads that stretch into oblivion, like you can't even see the end of this road. It goes for so long. Gee. Right off into the distance there. A lot of people waiting for the bus. None of them seem to have hair. They're all, I think, no, those aren't ID cards. Interesting. So in the West, no one would sit beside each other like this. We're antisocial in that manner. By West, I mean Canada, United States. Yeah, that's more like what I would expect from Russian vehicles. Yeah, simple, utilitarian. And that's the European style with the 0-liter engine. Yeah, this actually looks a lot like Canada, except our trees aren't as tall. Although that might be a planted forest. They all look kind of the same. Let me zoom out. I bet you it's a planted forest. It looks like it's a residual forest, but it's usually not the case with Europe. Most of the trees were cut down during the sailing ages. Oh my god, it's all glitched up now. Oh well. So then a lot of the forests have been planted to fix the fact. Yeah, it looks kind of monoculture pine tree. This is probably planted. Or at least at one time. The hell? Oh, that's a person. I thought it was a bear. I was like, what? So that's the guy did a 3D and he hid behind the tree. Nice. Well, looks like we're going to go right to the end. 5 more minutes. Nothing eventful is going to happen. So, just a quick recap for the day, since we're almost done. So yeah, we basically just made a minor U shape here. Nothing too eventful. And, we leveled out. Most of our losses were right in the morning. But yeah, so we're basically just charging up for our breakout. So we're going to have one of these pretty soon. And then that's going to get us up to 11 something. And then we'll be taking off into our U shape, right? That's not bad. We could have done better today, but like the whole market was just nothing important. Like there's the Dow, flat, GME, flat, US dollar, flat. Like today's just really zero. Like there was nothing for me to even look at. The only cool thing was this, but it's also flat. The whole market took a nap today. Yeah, is what it is. Not every day is going to be the greatest ever, but the more dull days we have, the better things will be. They'll take off. We just don't want those bleeding down days. Those are no fun. The tiny trucks that I saw in Japan. So small. So tiny. Oh, they even have a ramps. Ah, how progressive, Russia. Neat. Get back to here we are. We could just watch the final moments here. The last 3 minutes, 2 minutes. Oof. Holy crap. Is that a liter? And they got 92 gas. What's the cheapest gas? 92. This is probably diesel, I guess. Yeah. Probably ethanol. burger on the roof. Okay, go back. It is. That's it. That's great. The shit you see. Yeah, it'd be nice to take a motorcycle and just go right through Russia. Especially if it was warm. I like this kind of countryside. Lots and lots of trees, and it's not desolate. There's stuff everywhere, but it's still, there's so many trees. There's so much oxygen, and yeah, neat. I think that's Sab. No, some rando. Weird ass alleyway. Huh. Kind of neat. And I guess people keep making U-turns, so they put these in the middle of the road. Oh no, that's to stop people from running across the road. Because, I guess, Russia. I don't know. I mean, this is like a residential street. Like, tiny. Right, we're down to the last 5 seconds. Nothing's happening. And that's it. That's game. Well, that was an uneventful close. Oh yeah, that's Stoka. Nice. So yeah, not too bad. No, it's good we had that little lift. I think we had 2 or so buy-ins from institutionals or somebody big. And then this was probably another buy-in as well. And we didn't have a sell-off to counter this. So that's a good sign that they're all getting ready for, positivity to come. So maybe we'll see it in the post-market. I don't think so. But pre-market, I'm expecting maybe we gap up. So we'll start off like up and then we'll take off or something. Depends if the markets are negative tomorrow. Yeah, no, that's definitely a slow day. The volume overall was 42 million, which isn't too bad, but that volume really came in like a couple of bursts. Because I think when I checked around 11 o'clock, we were at like 12, half of what we normally are at, which is like, and we were at 30, I think, when I checked around 1 o'clock. So definitely Slowsville, USA here. Excuse me. But even everything, like when I did a quick check, everything is flat, 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 flat. Like no major action today. So yeah, this one started off, or sorry, where are we? 6? Yeah, started off good, and then just right after 11 o'clock, 10:30. Yeah. So yeah, nothing to see here. So I guess back to playing video games, and I'll see you all tomorrow. And hopefully tomorrow will be the day we launch. But yeah, today's just, we're definitely setting up, but we need something to kick off, light the fuse. All right. I'll see you guys all tomorrow. Oh, and if you're still with us, OLNYYZ, the major change is going to be we're prepping for a breakout, a big breakout. Oh yeah. Well, yeah, it gives me something to do. So instead of just watching this, I kill myself if I, figuratively, if I just had to watch this. Like, fuck, it's so bad. Yeah, we're basically fueling up. So, this here is basically a giant wedge, right? You could say that it's going to go down, but I think based on the macro, this is just part of the flat, and we're going to kick up. And as I've said a few times, so, and the whole market was just kind of meh anyways, so not a